Well, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we have a visiting artist, Jaan, Poldaas. You could see out here. And right now they are working with some ribbon that they made yesterday. You could see it out here on the table. So some colored glass ribbon. And what they're going to do, they've made this yesterday. They're cutting it up into little pieces. Can you not hear me very well? Okay. Can the microphone be turned up? Thank you. Is that better? Okay, thanks. Okay, so they made this ribbon yesterday. It's made out of glass. And what they did was they pull it kind of like taffy across the floor and then break it into pieces. And then they cut it into tinier pieces. And then they laid those out. And so right now, on that tray, is all these tiny little pieces, chunks of these ribbons. And they're heating them up right now, and they're going to pick them up and make cups out of them. So it's all part of the process. And so the ribbon is made out of glass as well. There's a couple processes, pulling cane. And this is the same way as pulling cane is pulling ribbons out. It's just flat. And yeah, it's going to be pretty fascinating. And so we have Jaan Poldaas from Canada visiting us today. He's to the right in the black shirt, pulling the doors open. And that's our glory hole there, where he's pulling those doors open. And that glory hole is to keep the glass nice and warm. The glory holes are around 2,300 degrees hot. And glass has to, of course, stay hot to be worked with. And so the ribbon itself has been sitting in our garage, which is this big silver thing over here. And that garage is anywhere from 900 to 1,100 degrees. So it's keeping this ribbon nice and hot so that then it's able to be put into that glory hole, heated up more. And eventually, when it's where they want it to be, they'll pick it up. You could see over to the right here, they're actually charging this furnace. We have two furnaces in the room, and the furnace is where the hot glass is stored. So you can think about it like a big stew pot. And the furnaces themselves are at 2,100 degrees. They can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And so you would be pulling from one furnace and perhaps charging the other. So if you wonder what they're doing, opening that door, throwing stuff in there, charging the furnace. And so glass is made out of three components. We've got sand, soda lime, and ash. No, soda ash and lime. And that's what's in that furnace that Nick is cooking right now. So if you guys have any questions, make sure to let me know. They're just doing some nice prep work today. So Jaan's going to be making some cups today with the ribbon glass. And then next week when he comes back, they're going to be using those cups in a larger project. So today it's just going to be specific parts of the project to come being made. Can we see some slides of Jaan's work, please? So just to get an idea of what Jaan does, you can look up at the screen. So he's a glass blower, glass worker from Canada. He's living and working in BC in Vancouver, and this is his first time at the Museum of Glass. So you can see the simple forms that he works with, but a lot of detail and a lot of texture inside of them. And so these pieces of glass, this broken up ribbon is going to give a really interesting effect to the vessels when they're actually done. So this is just, again, the prep work for that. And if you look over to the left, we've got Courtney. Looks like he's starting a nice bubble over there. So as the process gets started, you can look over to the left bench at the moment. So Courtney's just gathered glass out of the furnace. And so again, the furnace is where the hot glass lives. So he's got what's called a pipe. It's a nice big rod with a hole in it, and he just dips that into the furnace and gathers the glass out of it. You can see him going in again. So that's where the glass is, and he's just rotating that pipe to pick up that glass, that molten glass. So think about the consistency of like honey. It's that same idea if you've ever scooped honey out of a container with a spoon. And so he's starting that base. And they have calipers that they've measured the length of that ribbon glass that they're heating up. And so he's going to use that same caliper measurement, Courtney is, to base the size of his bubbles so that when they pick up the ribbon, it'll pick up evenly. And so as you see, it takes a while to get everything at the right temperature, right? To make it very malleable, want to sort of stick together, if you will. And the glory hole, it's 2,300 degrees. There's nothing inside of it, even though when you look, it looks like there is. It's just forced air and natural gas to keep it hot. The glory holes we turn on and off every night, but the furnaces stay on. So the furnaces are on 24/7. They'll be turned off once, maybe every 7 years for maintenance, but other than that, the furnaces are always running. All right, it looks like we're gonna get down to business here. So I lied to you guys. Courtney wasn't actually making a bubble. He made what's called a collar. So they're gonna gather the ribbon glass on top of that, and he said basically build a bubble. So it's gonna be a bit of a different process. So very interesting. And I think it's about go time. Wow, so you can see the texture of that. Doesn't it kind of just look like honeycomb? So again, having looked at the slides of Jaan's work, you can see how important texture is to him, right? And really just creating this very interesting look from different shards of glass. Now I know it looks yellow, and that's because it's hot, but the glass itself is actually going to be white and clear, of course. So what they have there is just tiny pieces of this ribbon, right? So they've cut a bunch up and laid them all out. And when they laid them out tall-wise, so they're all sitting up, which is giving that really uneven sort of jagged texture to it. All right, let's check this out. So again, making sure everything's the right temperature is really important. Again, the glory hole is 2,300 degrees. The furnaces are 2,100 degrees. So when they're working with the glass out on the floor, it's well over 1,000 degrees, right? Because they have to keep it hot, malleable. And you're going to notice always going back into that glory hole that's keeping that glass happy, because if it gets too cold too fast, things will shatter. So there's that collar. And they're just going to pick that up by rolling onto it. And if you watch that sheet of glass, you can see it, the color change as it cools down, so that yellow gets a little more white. Right? And then pop that right back into the glory hole. Because again, keeping the glass hot. So the gaffer has a lot that he's keeping his eye on. He's got to make sure to keep that glass happy. Keeping it hot, but not too hot. And then also concerned about the connection of that collar having picked up that glass, right? It's like two different things. They're trying to now bring them together. So let's see what's happened. So again, we have visiting artist Jaan Poldaas, and if you want to find him on Instagram, his Instagram is down here on the floor. Jaan Andreas, Jaan.Andreas // or bottom dash. So you can find his work on Instagram. And he's pretty local. He's Canadian, just over the border in BC, so not too far. And he is a glass blower. And so he's here with his buddy Jason and Courtney, who's Team Mog. And again, they're working on simple forms today. So they're going to be making some vessels. And they're going to be using that ribbon that you can see there up on the screen for the vessels. And then once they make those, they'll be used next week in a larger project. So you'll have to tune in next Monday and Tuesday to see the finished, but this is going to be the beginning. And so right now, instead of the traditional way of gathering a bubble, Courtney said they're building a bubble, right? Building it with that ribbon glass. Let's see what's going on over here. So there was a little bit of debris from the plate that they picked it up on, right? Because glass is hot, it's sticky. So things were sticking to it. So they're just using that to clean off a little debris before they bring the edges together. Because you don't want any debris in your glass. And from Jaan's slides, you can see again, he's very interested in these wonderful textures in his vessels. So you wouldn't want anything to interrupt that. So just using that drill, taking those little boo-boos out of there. And I know that glass looks very sturdy, very firm right now, but it's very hot and still very malleable. But again, always popping it back into that glory hole, keeping it nice and warm so they can work with it. The thicker the glass, the longer it can stay out on the floor, right? Thinner stuff that you're working on has to be flashed more often. However, you'll never leave the glass out very long, because if the glass cools too quickly, it will break, right? It'll get stressed and it'll break. So it looks like they're pulling the sides together now. And the glass does get hot, so using gloves can help sometimes, and also wood paddles to help protect the arms. Do you guys have any questions out there? So this is just the beginning of the process, the gathering of the ribbon, and they're bringing the sides together, but always, of course, flashing it in that glory hole, getting things nice and toasty warm, so the sides will just kind of stick together once they pull them. And so just doing that manually with the tweezers to close up that space, because they don't want any air getting caught in there, and I'm not certain what Jaan's going to do next with it, so we will watch and find out together. But right now, they're just putting those sides together. And you can see how fluid the glass is still, right? They have to keep that pipe constantly rotating, because it'll tip one way, and then they'll rotate it or flip it so it doesn't get too far one direction or the other, right? Keeping it centered is very important. All right, so Jaan is happy with the texture of that. So when you see the glass out in the museum, right, you can get a little more insight into how some of the colors or the textures were perhaps placed in there. And so all that was just tiny little pieces of ribbon glass that they pulled yesterday. So when they pulled cane, they really do, it's an amazing process where they stretch it from basically stairwell to stairwell across the studio, and it's all in this big line. Cane itself is round, ribbon of course is flat, but it's a similar process. So this is what they did yesterday. So that was step one. We're on step two now, putting it all together. Using the table to help smooth, cool, and shape things. And again, just look how easily that glass will change shape. And so instead of the traditional way of gathering glass into a bubble, they just are building a bubble. So they made a nice collar that's on a pipe and it's open, and then rolled that sheet of ribbon up. And that ribbon was all sitting up tall, kind of like teeth, right? And so that's why it's got that really cool, and it looks like honeycomb to me, effect. And we'll see where this will take us next. It's like a mystery. Can you hear me okay? What's that? Well, they've got a couple different ways how they're going to transfer over to another one, because since it's open right now, they're probably going to want to close it. I haven't seen it but eventually they'll make cups out of it, they think, and then they'll cut those off, or they'll cut them off, but it's a use of like metal tools and a little bit of water. And yeah, it's a difficult process. So yeah, I'm gonna just. So the question is, with glass blowing, do you always need a team? And yeah, you do. It's generally there's 3 people out here on the floor. I've seen more, but you do want to have a team. It's heavy stuff. It's hot, and sometimes it's a little bit hard to reach, right? You'll see, especially with the larger items, everybody's got a job. So Jaan is our visiting artist and our gaffer, and he will be directing everybody. But yeah, it definitely takes a village. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, especially with all that everybody. So you can watch as little by little, after they've heating it, bringing it out, the shape will smooth out a little bit, or where it's connected to the collar will smooth out a little bit, right? Because it's a slow process with glass, right? It's do a little bit, do a little bit, do a little bit, because you have to heat and shape, and then heat and shape. Again, they're always looking at what the glass looks like. They want to keep it nice and hot so that they could just use the table to flatten the top, right? That's just a spot torch right there. It's the same temperature as a glory hole, so around 2,300 degrees. And it's just meant to use as a spot heat to heat up certain parts of the glass itself. And if you look really close, before that outside had a lot of texture. Like as you look, you can see that the texture is still there, but the outside itself is getting a little smoother as they're rolling it on the table, heating it. And we'll see what happens next. Bye, you guys. Enjoy the museum. Hey, how's it going? So yeah, if you take a close look, you can see the transition between that panel of ribbon and the collar as it's smoothed out, right? And you still have all that texture, but the outside has a little bit more of a slickness, a smooth look to it. So for those of you just joining us, we're working with this ribbon right now. So we have visiting artist Jaan Poldaas, and yesterday they pulled ribbon across the room, and they've cut this into tiny little pieces. Catch you up on this morning. And they've set these all together like little teeth, and they heated them up, and they've picked them up onto this collar. So that sort of white shape you see at the end is all these tiny little white sort of ribbony teeth that they've heated up and picked up. And they're going to leave a beautiful texture inside the vessels that they're making. And so what they're doing right now is just smoothing it all out, getting it all together. And they're going to be building a bubble versus your traditional way of gathering and making a bubble. I don't believe so. I was not here yesterday. I was told they just made a lot of ribbon. Yeah, and the shape that they're making today, they'll actually bring it back next week and do the completed piece. So it's only parts that they're working with right now. So it's a little bit of a slow process. Can we see some slides of Jaan's work, please? So they'll show some slides of his work, though, so you can get an idea of what he does. So working with simple forms with lots of texture. Yeah, do the bottom slash after, or the bottom line after it. Otherwise, we won't be able to find. I did the same thing this morning. So we go, and just using, again, it's hot glass, using gravity, using the table to flatten that top. And the glass does look very stable, but it's very malleable at this point. And the pipes do get hot. People ask that a lot. They're made out of stainless steel, so they cool down nicely, but they do get hot, so you can go over the pipe cooler, and it's just got a little water and a trough, and it cools that right down. Yeah, it's just that bottom. I'm all, it's a bottom. I always love watching the color of the glass too. Again, it looks very yellow right now, but when that glass cools, it's white. And the color changes dependent on how hot it is, but also dependent on the color that you use. They all have different properties. And if you watch it when it sits out, that yellow will start to fade away into this white ribbon. So this is exactly, well, not this piece, of course, but exactly what they're using. That out of, yeah. So this morning they had it laid out, so it's all next to each other, like teeth, kind of. And they took a while to heat that all up. And now we're smoothing it out. And so the ribbon that was made yesterday as well, right? It's room temperature, you can touch it, but that doesn't work for what they were doing today. They had to put this in the garage, which is that big silver thing over there. And that garage is anywhere from 900 to 1100 degrees. So they put the little pieces of glass that they want to work with today. It brings that up to the temperature between 900 and 1100, depending on what side of the garage you put it in. And then they were able to pick that glass up. So you can't just pick up the cold glass and work with it, right? You have to have something that's already prepped for our glory hole at 2,300 degrees, or our molten glass that lives in the furnace at 2,100 degrees. Yeah, so if you look out onto the floor, we've got two furnaces. Those are the ones that have the doors closed, and you can see the yellow around the outside of the door. The furnace is where the molten glass is stored. So it's at 2100 degrees. It has about 1,000 pounds of hot glass in there, and they are left on 24/7. They get turned off maybe once every 7 years for maintenance. Otherwise, they're always on, keeping the glass nice and hot. The ones you can actually look into, those are called the glory holes. There's nothing inside of them, and they're about 2,300 degrees. Those get turned on and off daily. And so those are forced air and natural gas. And then the furnaces as well are fired by natural gas. So yeah, glory holes turn on and off daily, but those furnaces have to stay on. And usually one furnace is full of glass, and they'll be pulling from the furnace when the other one is being charged. So we're pulling from the left furnace today. The one on the right, you can see the boxes out there. They actually have been charging that one. So you'll see someone walk in every once in a while and throw some stuff in there. And they're cooking the glass so that once that one's empty, they'll start to pull from the opposite one. Yeah, I can't even imagine. Yeah, yeah, I just can't even, like, I put sweaters on in the winter and turn down my, like, heater at home. Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah. And here it gets to be nice and comfortable and, you know, fun to watch, hopefully. So you can really see it heat up now, right? It gets very wiggly, right? And if he was not rotating that pipe, it would just sort of flop one side or the other. But Jan is, of course, a professional, which is why he's here at MOG. So he would never let that happen. And if you're watching close, you can see this subtle shape change, right? It's getting a little bit longer, a little bit leaner. All right, I'm getting the lowdown for you guys. So again, they're just smoothing it out. They're trying to get that texture out of it. So it takes a lot, right, to heat up that glass, smooth it out, heat it up, smooth it out. But it's a really interesting process, the picking up of the glass. Can we watch a video of picking up cane, please? So for those of you that are just joining us, we've got visiting artist Jaan Poldaas. He's from Canada. He's in Vancouver. And yesterday they made a lot of cane, ribbon cane. So these pieces of glass. And they picked these up this morning to create that cylinder. And so the process of making cane is really pretty fascinating. So they did that yesterday. And I know we have some video where you can see them making cane and then also picking up cane. So let's take a look. And so this is what they were doing this morning, but our cane was a little bit different shaped. Right, so having those little pieces of glass out, to me they look like little teeth because we're working with the ribbon glass, but it's the same process. And so to understand the shape that Jaan has now, that's where we kind of started this morning. And now it's just about getting the texture out of it, right? Having the texture, of course, on the inside, the look of the cane itself, but on that outside, really smoothing it out. And that's how you create cane, right there. And you can actually drag it all the way across the studio. So watching them create cane is pretty fascinating. It's kind of like taffy. So on the screen, they used cane to make glass that then they then pulled cane from, which gives it that little twirly effect to it. And then you can just let it cool down at room temperature because it's so small, and then they break it into tiny bits that they then use. So again, that's what we have. We have a ribbon though, so they, instead of having round cane, they flattened it into ribbon. Those are the tiny pieces, but this is the stuff they made yesterday out on the table. So Jaan is using the tiny little pieces of this, they're breaking them off to create that cylinder shape. And so what he works on today is going to be used next week. So you'll have to tune in next week to see the finished product, but we're just making parts today. And blowing glass is a team effort. You can see Jason there using that paddle to shield Jaan's arm because it gets really hot, especially a nice thick piece of glass like that. That's a spot cooler. It's just forced air. It's just like you would find at the dentist office, right? It's just cooling off certain parts. It's a torch, spot torch, to heat specific sections. And that torch is the same temperature as the glory hole, 2,300 degrees. And you can see he's created a little bit of a neckline there with the jacks. All right, so you can see just a little bit. Those are jacks, right? It's a metal tool. They're creating a neckline there. A little bit of wooden paddle to protect the gaffer's hands or arms. A not really cool tool. That's just newspaper folded up and soaked in water. So using it to shape and to cool the glass. You can see how thick that glass is too, right? Like I said, they're going to cut that, they're going to break that into two parts or cut it into two parts, and they're going to be using those next week to create something else, right? We only get one installment of the saga here. And it's pretty cool how they can make glass and save it for later. Right? So today's Tuesday. He'll be back next Monday and Tuesday. So how does it work that that is created and then used later? So glass has to come down in temperature gradually. So we've got these big things called annealers. They're underneath the stairs. So they'll actually put that in the annealer and let it come down gently to room temperature. But when they're going to use it again, they'll put it in that big silver thing called a garage. And that will heat the glass up to around 900 or 1100 degrees, depending on the side of the garage, because it heats unevenly, right? It's set from 900 to 1100. And then they can pull things out of the garage and work with them. So it's a pretty fascinating process. It doesn't all have to be done today. Using the jacks, see that line, that neckline's just getting smaller and smaller as he uses the jacks, and then making sure things are centered and making sure the vessel stays open. So they picked up that cane, but they want to make sure none of it closes off because they're going to use each side of that for a project next week. So the paddle is used for protection, but it's also used for shaping the glass. So flattening out the top of it can be used there. It's always exciting times in the hot shop, which is very hot when people put extra clothing on. So it looks like Jason over to the right is getting geared up for battle. So that means they're almost done with what they're doing, at least with part of it. So my guess is that they're going to take that top part off and put it away in the annealer to cool down, right? Because that glass is around 1,000 degrees, probably a bit more, and it's got to cool down gradually, right? It can't just sit outside. So the annealing ovens are under the stairs, and they're set at 890 degrees. I believe we'll use that one over there. But they'll put the glass in it, and at the end of the day, they'll lock the annealing ovens, and they'll set a program so that the temperature comes down gradually. Usually an overnight process, so tomorrow they should be able to open it up and take things out. Depends on the thickness of the glass, of course. But just say, roughly overnight. And so one thing the gaffers have to get really good at is deciding when the glass can be broken off into the waiting hands of your catcher there. Because if it's too hot, it will still change shape and it might collect texture from the gloves. So they have to make sure it's cold enough to be touched or handled. And don't worry, you can see he's all protection there. And if you ask them how do they know when it's time to take it off, they just know, right? But it's got to be cool enough so that it doesn't move anymore. I always love this. A little bit of water on the hot glass is my favorite. And then just a tiny tap. Boom. And there you go. You've got this really cool sort of cuppy vessel thing that then will go in our big hot annealer. Bam. And we'll use it next week. So that's really cool, isn't it? And we got another side to work on as well. And so we've got visiting artist Jaan Poldaas today. He is from Vancouver, Canada. So pretty local, right? Pretty local. Can we see some slides of Jaan's work, please? And so just to get an idea of what he does and what these shapes will be building towards, you can see his work on the screen. Thank you. Have a good time, you guys. So you can see all the texture in his pieces. So maybe get a little bit more of an idea of what this vessel is and how it's going to progress next week. So you guys will have to tune in. You can watch us online if you're not local. So watch again on Monday and see what those shapes finally turn into. What's the final piece? People also wonder a lot about how you get the color into the glass. There's a couple different ways, and so we've got a great video on color overlay. If we could watch that video, give you an idea of how that process happens.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So that's how the white got into the ribbon, and then the ribbon got into the vessel, right? So many steps in the process. So they made this yesterday. They picked this up this morning, and then they're working with that right now, right? So making these long pieces of cane, and then cutting them into small pieces, which they heated up this morning and picked up. So when you look close at that shape they're working on, and you see all those tiny little textures, it all comes from this. So with Jaan's work, it's really about a lot of simple forms with these beautiful, complex textures. And you can see the process is a little bit of a delicate one, a slow one. So we've been doing this for an hour already, right? Just heating it up, picking it up with the collar, and then making the two pieces. So this is Jaan's first time here at the museum, and he will be here July 8th and 9th, of course, the 15th, the 16th, the 22nd, and the 23rd. And so the stuff that we're making today, again, it's not the finished product. It will be used next week. So keep that in mind. So we had that cane picked up. He's already created a neckline and taken one piece off. This will be the second piece that he'll take off of it. And even though the glass looks yellow, it's white glass. And so as you watch that yellow tone, as the glass cools, the yellow will slowly turn white. So it's pretty awesome to watch that happen. And glass always has to remain nice and happy, nice and hot. So our glory hole, 2,300 degrees, is where you pop that puppy in to keep it all snuggly. And these guys make it look very easy, but they're professionals. And you could notice that they're always rotating that pipe, right? Because if they would stop, the glass would flop off, maybe it would fall. But that won't happen here. But when it first comes out, you can watch how kind of wiggly it can get on the end of that pipe. That cool tool is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. And you always get a little help from your friends, so using the paddle to help protect Jaan's arm from the heat. Because that glass is very hot, over 1,000 degrees. All right. So it looks like the second one is getting close to completion. So just creating texture and glass, right? And that glass is really thick. If you look at it from the right angle, you can see how thick it is. So sometimes it looks like they're just hanging out, and they are, because the glass has to cool, not only on the outside, but you imagine how long it will take to cool on the inside as well. So always keeping an eye. Again, someone putting more clothing on is exciting. It means the process is almost completed. So we've got Jason gearing up over here. And because glass is very hot, even though it's sitting out here in room temperature, the glass itself is around 1,000 degrees, a bit more when they're working with it. It needs to cool down very gradually, though. It's very sensitive. And so it does that by being put away in an annealing oven, which you can see underneath the stairs. So the annealers are set at 890 degrees. So when the glass gets broken off into Jason's mittens, it's a little around 1,000 degrees, right? He'll take it to the annealing ovens and he'll put it inside. When the annealing ovens are full, they'll lock them, and then they have a computer program set to gently bring down the temperature. So tomorrow at some point they'll be able to open the doors and take things out, and they'll be stable at room temperature. So using the metal tools, the jacks, that can help cool that neckline. And Jaan just needs to watch his shape to make sure it's cool enough to be caught. A little bit of water to help stress that hot glass. Just a light little tap, and there it goes, right into Jason's mittens. And then it'll get tucked away into that annealer. Yeah, so you could see the little texture, right, the lines. When you go around the museum, you'll look at the other glass pieces. When you see the lines in those, that's the cane process, right? And so again, that's coming from these items here. So the process of cane, these are flat ribbons. Cane can also be round. And they pick that up. Let's see. So sometimes cane is just round little pieces, and then other times it's long and flat, right? So working with the ribbon today just gives it a little bit of a different effect. So this is more of like a mosaic effect because they cut it into small pieces, and then they set these upright next to each other. And then they picked that up this morning. Can we watch the video about picking up cane, please? So you guys can get an idea of what it looks like. What? I don't know. I'll ask. That you guys. Part of that, thanks. All right, if only I had a perfect memory. So Ben was telling me in this one, they took a cylinder, there's a panel of glass. So he said basically that cane process of picking it up, that's kind of, they like did the reverse right there. So they had a cylinder and they unfolded it. And now it's a pane of glass in there. So that sounds interesting. I did not see that happen, but I'm intrigued. And then in this one, there's lots of different items that were made last year that have been painted, and they're firing them, like firing that paint on them. Yeah, which I did not see either. So it'll be like Christmas when both of these open up. And sadly, I don't always see what comes out of the annealers. Usually I see just what goes into them. I don't believe so. I can ask though, but I think they're the same. is what I believe, just side loading or top loading. But they all look the same. But I will double check with the staff. No more questions from you. All right, so sometimes people wonder, as we're having a little lull here, you guys, we've got a great video on color overlay because people are very curious, of course, about how you color the glass. So you can actually see Jason is starting a process here of picking up glass rods for color overlay. So can we watch the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Okay, so that color overlay, that's part of what they're starting right now. So I was just talking to Jaan, our visiting artist, Jaan Poldaas, and you can follow him on Instagram at jaan.andres _. And so what they're making right now is going to be non-functional, it'll be sculptural, and it's going to be half black and then half either white or translucent clear glass. So half black, half clear glass. So what they're going to start with right now is doing that overlay to make the black side of it. So they'll actually put two pieces together eventually. So this is going to be the beginning of the process. I tried to look and they closed it. Oh, damn. I'm always blocking somebody else. I should have known better. So if you look over to the left, you can see Courtney and Jason starting the process. Well, Courtney's working on that end piece from the last one that has the lines in it from the cane. And then Jason is starting, I believe he's got the piece of rod. So the color, we just watched that color overlay video, but you can see the different colored rods of glass are out here. And so these have been in the garage, which is the big silver thing there. And the garage is anywhere from 900 to 1100 degrees. So you put the color in there, it gets nice and hot. And you can see it there. See that different color is the colored glass that's been picked up and then it's been heated. And so you can watch the color change as it cools. This is quite hot right now, and you can see by the orange at the end. But in that color glass, you could just watch the color dramatically change. And so they're going to get ready to put those two things together with that color overlay. And just heating things up. The glory hole is 2,300 degrees. It keeps the glass nice and warm so that it's malleable. The glory holes are the ones that you can actually look into, and there's nothing inside there. It's natural gas and forced air, but it gets that glass nice and hot, and you can see as Jaan just places the color right on top of the clear bubble, just cuts right through it with his shears, and then starts to kind of form it on top, popping it right back into the glory hole to get things nice and hot. So he's going to just cover that bubble, that translucent bubble, with the black glass. So the glory holes are very important. Keep the glass warm, keep it malleable. And they are turned on and off regularly, every night, turned on every morning, 2,300 degrees. The furnaces, though, are the ones with the doors closed, and you can see the yellow around those. That's where the actual glass is stored, so that's got molten glass inside, up to about 1,000 pounds, and that's at 2,100 degrees. And you can think about it sort of like a big vat of really hot honey. So you could just see Jaan is working on that bubble, right? Smoothing out that overlay that he did, that black glass on top of it, getting it cool, creating a shape, but never letting it get too cold, because if it gets too cold, it'll break, right? It'll shatter, because glass needs to drop down in temperature gradually. So always putting it back into that glory hole to get it hot so that it's malleable. And all the annealing ovens are the same. Oh, not you again. How hot do they get? Yeah. So the metal rods, we've got pipes and punties, right? So the pipes are the ones that are hollow, and then the punties are the solid ones. Jaan is working with a pipe right now because he blew into it, which creates your bubble that will become your vessel, which is why they call it blowing glass. So one of our other gaffers had told me that the good pipes are made out of stainless steel because they cool down quicker, and they also conduct the heat differently. So some of the other metals, the whole thing will get really hot, but with the stainless steel, it cools faster. Because they do get hot, and you notice that nobody wears any gloves or any protection, right? So if they do get too hot, we have on either side of the room, they're called pipe coolers, and they're just little troughs full of water, and you put the pipe in it, and it will cool it down. But it just kind of depends on if they need it or not. When you have the larger gathers, those tend to, I see them use the pipe coolers a lot more frequently. Right. So we'll see. I don't think this is going to be very large, but they have used the coolers today already. And they're very just small little things in the corner that I don't think you have a good sight line to see. And so we have visiting artists. He is Canadian. He's from Vancouver. So pretty much a local boy still, and his name is Jaan Poldaas. And can we see slides of Jaan's work, please? So you can see there's a lot of simple shape with a lot of beautiful texture in it. And if you were here to watch the first thing that he was making, he just made two sort of cylinder bases that he's going to bring into play next week. So he's here, he was here yesterday, today. He'll be here July 15th, 16th, and the 22nd and 23rd. So you can watch us online if you want to see what he makes out of those. But yeah, you can see texture is very important to him and his work. And so this piece they're working on is non-functional. It's more sculptural base, and it's going to be half clear and half black. So they're actually going to create two different sides and join them together. So right now they're working on the black side, and it's going to be, the drawing looks a little bit diamond E shape to me. So we'll see how that translates into glass. It's pretty cool just to watch that color change, right? He pulled it out of the glory hole. It's this really bright orange. But as you watch it, it just changes color dramatically as it cools. Those are jacks. They're just a metal tool to help shape, to help cool, to help balance the glass on the pipe. They're very versatile. So do you see that vast color change from when it first came out to what it looks like now? And with different colored glass, it's always got very different properties to it. So it's pretty cool to watch how different colors react. So there we got the furnace over there. Jason's working the door. Jaan is just gonna put his pipe into it, and he's gathering over the top. So think about that thing holding about 1,000 pounds of hot honey. He's just rotating the pipe to pick up that glass. And there you go. To see the fresh gather on top of that. So glass has got a very different look to it, whether it's freshly gathered or freshly out of the glory hole or needs to go into the glory hole. And so the gaffer is an expert at seeing those color change, that texture change. That tool is just a block tool. It's made out of wood and soaked in water. And it's one of the base tools to help shape that bubble that he has in there. Because even though you can't see the bubble, it's there. He had created it. Then he put the black glass over it. And then he put another layer of clear over it. And so even though he's gathering clear over it, the glass is going to appear like a solid black. I know this is yellow, but when you look at it straight on, it's solid, but you can see there's actually a lot of clear over the top of it when looked at an angle. So that's how the color is created, just by using a little bit of color and then the clear over the top of it. And then gravity, of course, is your friend. Just blowing directly into that pipe to expand the bubble on the inside, which will make the piece larger, right? It expands and thins the walls. And then always back into the glory hole. So forced air and natural gas in the glory hole, 2,300 degrees to keep that nice and toasty warm. Those are turned off at night and turned on in the morning. That handy little tool is just newspaper folded and soaked in water. And just again to cool and to shape the glass. there's any questions, make sure to let me know. You can follow Jaan on Instagram. His Instagram is here, Jaan.Andres_. So check him out, yes. Yeah, so here's my guess. Okay. So what they're doing now is they're going to take two different cups and put them together. So one's going to be black and one's going to be clear. So looking at that piece, it's probably the same thing where one was that amber with that texture and then the other one's not quite translucent, but it's got a texture. And so to get that ball texture, they've got a couple options. They've got little molds that they could blow into, or some people have these sheets, like, oh, it's not out today, where they actually roll and they pick up the texture of the sheet. Yeah, like a stippling. I was here a couple weeks ago, and they were using this like stippling effect on things. But that one was really clean and uniformed. So, yeah, he makes very subtle, like interesting, like it's all about the texture. Um, yeah, fascinating stuff. I've never seen anyone work quite like him, so I'm having sort of a hard time. Like, I don't know what they're doing right now.
Innovation
It's
is
like
all
a
about.
soap opera, right? You gotta wait and see.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, that's really
All right. So let's see what we've got going on here. So it looks like they're going to transfer over, right? So the pipe is the one with the hole in it, so you can make your bubble. And then the punty has no hole, right? So that's going to be the base. So they're cooling the neck using a little bit of water and just a little bit of a tap to transfer onto a punty. So this shape that they're going to make is, it's not functional, it's sculptural. Half of it's going to be black, half of it's going to be translucent, right? So they're going to make two different cups. So that's basically like a rough cup shape. And they're going to store that. They may work it a little bit more, but they're going to store that and then use it to connect to the translucent cup, right? So they'll make the second half of it, or they'll start to make the second half of it pretty quickly here. And then they'll put those two things together. And the shape itself kind of comes out as a beautiful sort of diamonding shape. He's got a sketch out on the table, which is a little bit hard to see for you guys. But they're going to take two halves, put them together, and then create sort of a diamond-y shape. There's going to be a hole, he said, on either end so that it can be strung up and hung. And so Jaan is back into our furnace where our glass lives, and he's got a nice fresh gather. You can see by the color that it's just come out. So he's going to start making base of the neck shape. Just using the wooden block tool to help cool and to shape that glass. And so right now there's no bubble in that yet. It's just the gathering of the glass. So if you keep a close eye on Jaan, you'll see him actually blow into the pipe, and the air will force itself up the pipe, and you can see a little bubble just pop out. Right? And he blocks the end, so the air has no choice but to rise to the top, and just like that, you've got your bubble. So any sort of vessel that you see, those are created from just this basic start shape, right? Because from here, your possibilities are endless as to what you're going to do. We know what they're going to do, which is create a second cup that's clear and then join the two together. Glass is made out of 3 items. It's sand, lime, and soda ash. And it's all cooked in the big furnaces. So the furnaces are the ones that the doors are closed. And those are at 2100 degrees. And they hold about 1,000 pounds of molten glass inside of them. So you can see with Jaan's, he's just freshly gathered over the top of his bubble, creating a larger piece, right? So Jaan is a professional. He knows the size of piece he wants to make, so then he knows how much glass to gather on top of it. So as Jaan is working on the clear side, Jason and Courtney are shaping that little cup that they broke off. They're just shaping it a little bit more to prepare it to attach to the clear one. So we've got 2 benches that we could keep our eye on. Sometimes there's excess glass or debris, and you could just see Jaan using his diamond shears to pull them out and cut off whatever he doesn't like. The glass that hits the floor will be recycled in a traditional sense, but sometimes there's excess glass from gathering out of the furnace, and they'll pour it into the bucket near the furnace, and that actually is recycled into our furnaces later. So some of the translucent or the clear glass can be reused, but if it's on the floor, it can't, obviously, because debris, or if there's color to it, you can't either. So because these 2 cups are going to connect, you can see that Jaan's created a neckline where there's a bubble so that when he breaks that off, there's going to be an opening because they want the 2 cups to come together. That's just forced air that he's using right there, like you would find in the dentist office when they dry your teeth. And that's just going to spot cool that neck. A little bit of water on the hot glass. We know what's going to happen from here, right? Water is always a good sign. So really working on cooling that neckline so they can get that excess glass off. And then you've got a shape that's open at the end. So the black half that we worked on is hanging out in the garage, it looks like, with Jason over there, which means that's ready to go. So we'll just, Jaan will be working on this side, and then we'll see the 2 pieces coming together. So this thing's really cool right here. This is the garage, and it stores items just like you store items in your garage. And it changes temperature, so it goes from 900 to 1100 degrees. And whatever they want to work with today, they'll put in that garage. They'll bring it up to whichever side they put it on, and then they can use it in their work today. So early this morning, we picked up cane, or we picked up this ribbon, right? And so this was in the garage to get it nice and toasty so that they could work with it. So just in the same way that right now that black base is hanging out in the garage so that when Jaan is ready, they'll bring it over and attach the 2 sides. So our visiting artist is Jaan Poldaas, and he's coming from Canada, so just from BC, not too far from here. This is his first time at the Museum of Glass. He is a glass blower, as you can tell. But it's really nice to have him here. All right. And we've got his side, his translucent side, using the jacks to center shape and just very quickly inserting the jack into that opening and whoop, have a nice big open cup from it. So I think we're getting ready to join the two sides. So they're basically taking two sort of cup shapes and they'll bring them together and attach them. So half is clear and half is black. So Jaan is our gaffer. He's working on that clear base right now, and Jason has the black base. So imagine two pieces of really hot glass that you have to get to stick together. Sounds complicated. That little torch is really cool, you guys. That's the hottest thing in the room. That's 5,000 degrees. And so that will get things very, very toasty. All right, it's all about timing. And you can see with the black cup, that rim is really bright orange, so you know that rim's really nice and hot. Okay, this is gonna be cool. So Jaan is just grabbing the black side and popping it right on. All right, but that's not all. So of course the glass always has to go back into the glory hole, so it can't have two poles attached, right? So you've got to transfer it over. And now we're back to one shape. Isn't that cool how you can just put those two? Glory hole, 2,300 degrees, keeping things nice and toasty warm so it likes each other. Also, when you just transfer it over, you figure it's kind of like two different shapes. So it's going to adhere more to each other as it heats up, right, as the glass gets hot. So it's pretty fancy shape there, right? Real half and half bubble at the moment. So when you walk through the museum, see if you can spot things like that, where it's half one color, texture, and half the other. Gives you kind of an idea of how it's done, right? So having a bubble that's two different colors with that real clear shape or line down the center. Bye, you guys. Enjoy the museum. No more questions? No? All right. Think about a few more. Can we see slides of Jaan's work? So Jaan is a glass blower coming from Canada, and he makes these really beautiful, you can see in his slides, the different colors of glass or the line and textures, right? Getting an idea of what he's doing there and how those are put together. So working with beautiful shapes, but also working heavily with the texture and with the color. So when you see those two sort of either textures or colors collide, now you know how he put those together. And so just getting an idea of what this finished product's gonna be like, or this finished piece of art. So this is gonna be a non-functional, and it looks a little diamond shape when they're done with it. At least that's what the drawing looks like. So we'll watch as it unfolds. And if you watch that glass, it's super nice and hot. It's very wiggly on the end of that pole, the end of the pipe. That tool is just folded up newspaper soaked in water, so he can use his hand to shape the bubble. Do you know how old this technique is that you're using?
Very,
People. What?
very,
Very old.
very old. Or the idea of putting two cups together like that is, as old as. I don't know. Maybe Courtney would have a better answer for that. I don't know,
Okay.
like, in the historical context, like, who did it first necessarily.
Okay.
Very old. Probably Italian.
What? Do you know how old it is though? It's very, very old. Yeah, definitely. It comes from the Italian. It's called in calmo, I believe, is the right. So it's the joining of two things together. So it's got an Italian phrase for it. But yes, very, very old. So I don't feel so bad because they seem quite stumped out there as well. He's in Vancouver. Yeah. He's from Ottawa. Sorry, Ontario. Born in Ontario, but living in Vancouver now. Ontario. All right. Yeah, so a very, very old process of putting two different cups together to create that. A lot of times with glass blowing, it reminds me of like hurry up and wait, because you have to just really watch the glass, what it's ready to do. It's really cool, isn't it? Wow. Yeah. Yeah. What part of California? Oh, that's where I'm from. Yeah. I'm driving home tomorrow. So. Oh, that'll be nice. It's a beautiful drive, isn't it? A little long, but beautiful. So someone was asking about the heat in the pipes, and so we've got Jaan over in the corner. He's actually using one of our pipe coolers. So just laying it in the trough, the water will come up and to help cool the pipes because the pipes do get really hot, and the gaffers don't generally wear any protection on their hands because they need to use their hands, of course. Every once in a while, you will see someone break out a pair of gloves, but mostly they don't. So letting the glass itself cool as well, but cooling down the pipe in the pipe cooler. And they're going to go into the furnace for another gather, so making the piece bigger, right? So we've had the two sides, we've joined them together. Now it's one big ball of glass, and then adding more glass on top of it. So the furnace is where the hot glass is stored, up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it's made out of sand, lime, and soda ash. And you can see when it's freshly out of that furnace, that like cool, really, it's a very yummy color. It's colored like honey too. And that's a block tool. It's made out of wood, soaked in water. And it's just helping form the base shape of the bubble. And even though the clear glass has been gathered on top of the black glass, when it is completed and it cools, you won't really be able to tell. Like, I know this is yellow, but when you look at it straight on, it looks solid colored. But when you look at it from an angle, you can see the clear gathered on top of it, right? So when you have colored glass, you gather that clear over the top. So that looks like a sizable piece of glass. You guys want to see the, right? So it looks clear, but then, or it looks colored. I think I need more coffee today. So using the newspaper, and if you notice, Courtney's at the end, and Jaan is telling him when to blow into the pipe. Jason is assisting with a little bit of protection to the arm, because that glass is really hot. So there's like, when you look at it straight on, it's just a solid color, but it's got that clear over the top of it, right? So even though he gathered the clear over, the top is still going to look black. No, so to get it larger, two things. Going into the furnace to get more glass is going to give you thicker glass, but when they blow, the bubble inside expands, so it gets bigger both ways. Yeah. Yeah, so the furnace is the hot glass, so there's an extra layer of glass. Yeah, and then you guys, you can see actually Courtney's blowing into it right now. He's the ball, yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, so it's a combination of the two, yeah. Yeah, so the shape gets larger two ways. One is by the gathering of the glass on top of the already existing bubble, right? So that makes it thicker. But then when you blow into it, that actually expands the bubble inside the glass. So both things are going to contribute to making the shape larger. And the furnace is where the glass lives. So we saw Jaan as he gathered out of there. And then the glory holes, if you look out onto the floor, the glory holes are the ones you can actually look into. And those are to keep the glass hot so that it's workable. You could use the table to cool and to shape. And so this shape that Jaan is creating, it's a sculptural shape. It's got sort of a diamondy-ish shape for the finish. We'll see it as it emerges. Blowing into it, that's going to expand the bubble. It'll thin the walls of the glass that's already there. And so one of the things that you have to think about when you're doing something like this, especially half of it being color and half of it being translucent, is they're going to have different properties, right? So the black glass may cool or heat faster than the clear glass. So making sure that they can work with that. And also keeping a nice, clean, sharp line where the two were joined together. And teamwork, yes, you need a team for this. So again, Courtney is ready to either blow into the pipe or to go flash the piece. Jason's helping with some heat protection. And that's just a spot torch. So that torch is the same temperature approximately as the glory hole. And so just certain areas they need to either heat up or keep warmer than another, they'll hit that. And you want to think too about the pipe. It's metal, it's stainless steel, connecting to where the hot glass is. So that area where the pipe connects to the glass will actually cool down faster than the glass itself because the way that metal is cooling. So keeping your eye on that area, making sure it stays nice and happy as well. Those metal tools are called jacks, and they help create a neckline. So he's creating a neckline where the pipe meets the glass. Right? Again, Jason is protecting his hands with those wood paddles. And you could just use a little bit of gravity, of course, to help create the shape. Newspaper. And then Courtney is blowing into it, so it's actually expanding while they're doing all those things. So there's a lot going on. It's like multitasking at its best, I think. With him. And then Courtney is part of Team Mob, so he's been here for a long time. Yeah, so even though Jan and Jason have worked together, they haven't worked with Courtney. Okay. Yeah. So the cool thing too with the glory hole is that it's got several layers. So when you see really large pieces of glass, you kind of might ask yourself, well, how do they get them in and out of the glory hole to flash them to keep them warm? There's layers of doors, so they can actually open those doors to accommodate the size of the piece. And it looks like there's just one half of one door open because our piece is getting pretty nice and large there. So making sure you can easily get it in and out of that glory hole without bumping anything, of course. That little torch is amazing. It's 5,000 degrees, so the hottest thing in the room, of course. So it sounds like they're trying to get the shape of the bottom to be a little more pointy. And so heating that up, I believe they said they're going to pull it out. But we'll have to watch. So for those of you that have recently walked in, our visiting artist right now is Jaan Poldaas. He's a Canadian, and he is just up in BC, so right over the border. And he's here at Mog for the first time. This is his second day here. We're super happy to have him. And what they're working on right now, it was basically two different cups that they created. One is black and one is clear. And then they join the two together. That's how you get that nice, solid division line. And this is going to be a sculptural piece when it's done. There's going to be 2 holes, he said, on either side, so you can hang it up. And the drawing has like a really nice diamond shape to it. So right now it sounds like they're just trying to get the finishing touches on that shape. So to get that bottom, pull it out to be nice and pointy-ish. Right, so there's different ways to approach it. And so Jaan has decided to heat that bottom up and to actually use the shears to pull it out. So the question was, does this team always work together? And not necessarily, right? Jaan is here for the first time. He's brought his friend Jason with him, but Courtney is part of Team Mog. But they're all professionals, so they all know what's expected of them, so they're just easily sort of falling into a cadence with each other. Gravity can be your friend as a glass blower. And remember, the colored glass and the translucent glass can act a little differently. So making sure that he deals with each side appropriately to get the shape he wants. So you can see with a little bit of heat and pulling it and then gravity, they're getting that nice pointed shape at the end. And then using the newspaper just to help shape it, cool it, right? Courtney's blowing into it. Jason's helping protect his arms. So it looks like the bottom of that shape is coming along to where the drawing's at, of having that sort of diamond, or if you had those tops as a little kid, that's the other thing it makes me think about. And so this is going to be non-functional. It's just going to be sculptural. But I do believe that bottom shape he wants as the top shape as well. So we will watch for that. And you can watch Jason's actually capping that, because that glass is hot, right? So if the air is not trapped, it's going to collapse easier with the weight on the table. So it's pretty cool to watch the subtleties of what everyone is doing. And if you guys have any questions, make sure to let me know. And if you haven't done it yet, there's actually, if you walk along the railing, you can have a bird's eye view as to what the team is doing. It's a real fun place to kind of go and look over. Ooh, so that looks nice, right? They just got that end really sharp and pointy. Sometimes things happen very slowly in the hot shops, and then other times it's like you blink and you miss something. So we got that in to this really lovely point. And don't forget that glass looks orange, but it's black, right? So when it cools, and you can watch that color change right here with your eyes, as it cools, it changes colors drastically. You're like O.J. Simpson with that. What are you going to be doing? Okay, sweet. What? What is it?
Tungsten. So
Tungsten.
it's a type of metal that doesn't
But okay. All right, I got the skinny of our next step here, you guys. So what they're going to do is they're going to heat that bottom, and they're going to actually drill through it with a tungsten rod, which is why Jason was getting his OJ glove on. So he's just going to heat that up and go right through that bottom to create a hole. So he's doing that because they're going to transfer it over. So Courtney's getting ready with a pipe on the other side. So they want to be able to still blow into the shape. So they'll transfer it instead of onto a solid rod, a puntee, they're going to transfer it onto a hollow rod, which is the pipe, which is why they need the hole there, because when it's transferred, they want to be able to blow into it still. Does that make sense? And then you'll just grind it later to get that up. All right, so Courtney's working on what they're going to transfer it onto. So it looks like a little cup right now, but so the pipe isn't blocked so they can actually blow into it. Don't forget, you can follow Jaan on Instagram. He's got his Instagram here. You'll probably see that photo up in just a minute. And it's Jaan.Andres and _ So check him out. Again, he's a local boy. He is Vancouver, BC, not too far from here, and visiting the museum for the first time. So this transfer is about to happen. Hi, Ellis. Hi, guys. Come on in. You guys came at a perfect time. It's just about to get more exciting than it was, although it was really exciting. It's been exciting, right? It's just a process. All right, and glory hole doors are opening as the piece gets larger. That's exciting. So we've got our two halves joined together, half black, half clear. So we're going to transfer it over to Courtney's blow puntee in just a moment. So there's a little hole at the end of that, so that once it's transferred over, they can still blow into it. Because we've got a nice sort of pointy shape on the black side, we want to get that same matching shape on the clear side. So they do that by transferring it so that they can then work with the other side. We've got one whole layer of glory doors open. Okay. So keep in mind, Courtney's is actually a pipe as well. So that little torch is 5,000 degrees. It'll get everything heated up quite nicely. And he's just going to put that directly onto the glass, right? So pipe will hit where that hole was just drilled. Cooling it down with your tools, you want to make sure that there's a nice solid connection between the new glass and the old glass, because they're going to transfer it over. So they're going to break it off of Jaan's pipe. And they want to make sure that Courtney's side is very stable, right? And so a spot torch hitting that neckline to get that glass really hot, so that then he's just going to take a little bit of water and hit that spot that's hot. Little tap with the tweezers, and you've got a nice clean break off, right? Pretty cool. And then right back into the glory hole. What? All right, so it's transferred over. And then Jaan is using the tweezers to help center it, because it's on a new pipe, right? So you've got to make sure that it's centered so it's easy to work with. And we're going to shape the top to be like the bottom, so getting that nice, sharp shape. So that's the glory hole, 2,300 degrees. There's nothing inside the glory hole, even though it looks like there is. It's just natural gas and forced air. And so it's keeping the glass really hot. So not only are you able to work with it, it also keeps it happy so it doesn't break. Which never happens here because these guys are professionals, of course. And if you look on the screen, you can see that Courtney is really focusing on the top part of the vessel because that's the part they really want to work with. So getting it nice and hot, but making sure everything gets a really clean flash before they take it out. Because we want that top shape to emulate the bottom shape. So this piece is pretty special. We've been working on it for a while, and it started off as two different cups, one cup that was black and one cup that was clear, and then joining those two together. So when you look at it and you see one half is a color, right? It's going to be black when it's cool. It looks orange when it's hot. But the other part is the translucent, is the clear glass, right? They just pop those two together to create this shape. So to get that really cool, sharp line, right, it was an interesting process. So it takes a team, especially with larger pieces. The glory holes are hot and they run all day long, but they are turned on and off at night. Well, off at night, on in the morning to be used during the day. So when you look out here, we've got several glory holes. 2 of them are running at the moment. The other things we have out here are the furnaces. So the furnaces are the ones where the doors are closed, but you can see the orange around the outside. That's where the hot glass is stored, in the furnaces. Those are at 2,100 degrees. And the glory holes are just to keep things warm. So using tweezers just to pull out the top of that piece, and the jacks to create shape. Using the paddles to help protect Jaan's arms. So our visiting artist is Jaan Poldaas. He is Canadian. He's up in Vancouver, so pretty local to where we are. It's his first time at the museum. He'll be here next Monday and Tuesday, which is the 15th, 16th, as well as the 22nd and 23rd. So make sure to come back and see him. And his stuff is really beautiful. Can we see some slides with Jaan's work? So you'll notice in the slides that he does a lot of this where he's got 2 different textures or colors that are then put together. So there's a lot of subtlety in what he does. And earlier we worked with some cane, picking up cane, so creating textures, whereas now we're working with color. So So when you look at the work and you can see that clean division line, again, that's the same process we did here of joining the two cups together. And this piece is going to be sculptural. So there's going to be holes in either side. So it's meant to be strung up and hung. And they're just working on finishing the second half of it. So using the shears to pull, but also to cool, get rid of the excess glass. What happens if you accidentally get burned? So the question is, what happens if you accidentally get burned? If you accidentally get burned, you go and take care of yourself and make sure you're okay. Safety first, but these guys are professionals. I have not seen a burn yet. How hot is the fire? So the one that they're in now is the glory hole, and that's 2,300 degrees, so it's very hot. The other fire, the torch, is about the same temperature when it's being used. Yeah. If glass what? Gets fused to you? So what happens if glass gets fused to you? So luckily the glass isn't like hot caramel, right? It's not gonna stick. So hopefully it would just bounce off and hit the floor, but it's not gonna attach to you. So we're lucky there. That's true. I think it'd be really hard to have that happen. That's a good point. All right. So that's just a little bit of forced air, that tool. So that helps to cool specific sections. Because you want to keep in mind that the colored glass and the clear glass have different properties. So they're affected differently by the temperature. Some's going to heat up faster or cool down faster. So that's one thing that Jaan has to keep in mind when he's working with two halves, is how color glass is going to react versus translucent glass. He's charging. Yeah, do you want me to tell that to the crowd? So if you wonder where glass comes from, you could see over to the right that our furnace is getting charged. And glass is made out of 3 items: sand, lime, and soda ash. And so it doesn't just magically appear. It has to be cooked. All right. What? Yeah. 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 I met them all. All right. It looks like this piece is coming along. We're getting that nice shape at the top. They're having the same shape at the bottom. So again, this is going to be sculptural. So there's going to be openings on either side so that they can hang it. And so in the drawing, it's got this nice, strong diamond shape. Of course, that's 2-dimensional. With the 3-dimensional, it's got this beautiful, almost like a top when you were a kid. That's what it reminds me of. Not everything. So question is, can they stop and reheat things? Some things yes, other things no. So earlier today we made some cylinders that they're going to reuse on Monday. So those will cool down and then get reheated. But it's not like in the middle of the piece like this, you wouldn't be able to stop and then pick it back up. But for some things, yeah, they can put them away, they can take them out and rework them. But so good question. Yeah, there's not a lot of smoke breaks when you're making a large piece. And so definitely a team effort. You can watch how they work together. Courtney's plugging the end of that pipe, and then Jason is helping protect Jaan's arm from the heat, and using our favorite tool, the newspaper, to hand shape. And so you can see these two sides are looking pretty stellar. Our tiny little torch at 5,000 degrees, hottest thing in the room. We can see Nick all geared up to charge the furnace, so he's helping make glass for the future blowers. Like a big cook pot, he's gonna put the ingredients into the furnace that's being charged. We also noticed that Jason is feeling perhaps a little chilly over there, so he's putting extra clothing on, which means the piece is almost done. So when people start to put more clothing on is when it's exciting, and that means the piece is almost done. Because glass is not stable at room temperature, it needs to cool down gradually. So we have annealing ovens underneath the stairs, and those are at 890 degrees, and they'll fill that with glass during the day. When it's full, they'll lock it and gently bring it down in temperature. So Courtney's drilling a hole into the end because they're going to string it up, right? It's going to be hung, making sure that's open. So we've got a lot of cool things. Furnace being charged and piece almost done. Yeah. What are they making? So what they're making is a sculptural piece. The drawing kind of looks like a diamond, but three-dimensionally it's more like a top. So it's meant to be hung. So that's why they have the two holes. You missed the first hole, but you just saw the second hole. All right. Exciting times. So when they break that glass off, it's going to be around 1,000 degrees. So one thing that Jaan, as the gaffer, knows through time and experience is when to break it off. Because if it's too hot, the shape can change, or it can pick up texture from the gloves. So the gaffer just has to be able to know. And when you ask them how do they know, they say they just know. Years and years of experience because they are professionals. So you'll watch them again. The really hot glass with some water, that stresses the glass out, and it'll just be a tiny little tap for it to cleanly break off. And then they'll take it over to the annealers. See, there's a big pile of fallen on the tubes. And put it right in there. Yay, good job. Woo! So good job. So yeah, visiting artist Jaan Poldaas, and just visiting from Canada, so not too far away. He'll be here for the rest of today. Of course, you can catch him again on July 15th, 16th, 22nd, 23rd. You can also follow him on Instagram, and we've got it here on the floor, Jaan.Andres_. So check him out. And can we see some slides of his work, please? If you want to get acquainted with Jaan's work. And that's the drawing of what we just made. And if we can see slides of his work, you'll get an idea of his finished art. Yeah, so the annealer is sometime tomorrow. So the annealing process takes, generally say, overnight, but it depends on the size and the thickness of the piece as to how many exact hours. It slowly cools down. Yeah, the annealer is 890 degrees. When they open it, I think it's around, think it's around 200. I have to double check. So they'll crack the doors open. It probably is a little bit lower than that, and then it'll cool until you can take it out and handle it. So, yeah, about an overnight process, give or take. Probably not, because he won't be here tomorrow. If he was here tomorrow, they would take it out, but perhaps next Monday they'll set it out. Because this is what they did yesterday was the ribbon. So this is what they did yesterday, making ribbon. So now they're just making sort of like we worked with this morning, and then that's the second piece. So it kind of depends. What's that? I'm not sure. Let me ask Jaan what he's gonna do with his stuff. So we will be starting on another piece very shortly. And kids, since you're here, we've got a great thing about Kids Design Glass. Can we watch the video? Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Thanks. All right. Okay. Can we watch the Kids Design Glass video, please? And actually, they're going to be taking lunch in just a little bit, so there won't be another piece made until after lunch. So please come back, but enjoy the museum.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win though.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
All right, kids, so make sure to dream big and get your form to design glass. So everybody, I'm sorry I lied to you guys. We are going to take lunch and then do another piece. So sorry. So you're welcome to stay here, of course, but we're going to take lunch and then we're going to make a piece. Sorry, I totally lied to you guys. I apologize. They'll show on the screen the exact time we come back from lunch in just a moment, but about an hour-ish. But let me double check. So you're welcome to stay here and hang out in the hot shop, of course. Okay, yeah, 1:30, you guys. We'll meet back in an hour, team. Woo!
and we coined the term slapping the rabbit. So it was like, let's slap the rabbit means let's hit the molten glass with our bare naked hand and leave a handprint. All the hands who want to see us slap the rabbit again, we're gonna slap it. Slap the rabbit. I've come here to the Museum of Glass precisely to make things just like this piece that I've never made before, patterns I've never used before. I can see what it's gonna be. I can see what it's gonna be. Looks totally amazing. That was awesome.
I'm Corey Metcalf, one half of Noisefold. I live in Montrose, Colorado.
And I'm David Stout, the other half of Noisefold, and I live in Denton, Texas, which is on the north side of Dallas.
We think of noise not so much as a sound you don't really want to hear. We think of noise more as kind of a prima materia, the field of all possibility. And so we're interested in this idea of filtering or folding that information and finding form within that.
And when we use this technique in our performances, one of the things we do is that we simultaneously generate an image and take the data that comprises that image and turn it back into sound.
So this project for the Museum of Glass, we're creating obviously stable, solid forms, but it comes out of our practice of actually animating in pretty wild and very organic ways, basically mathematical surfaces, structures that are created through basically visualizing mathematical differential equations. And so we've created a system that allows us to take these surfaces and do many different things to sculpt them in real time and to animate the way that they behave and move. So we set up a virtual reality interface that allows the gaffers to get right in there and actually use a controller to rotate the forms around, change the scale, even get inside the thing if they want to.
And we found in our initial experiments that it really helped the gaffers because they quite literally could get inside and around and look at a difficult surface or component that isn't really that easily seen on a screen.
We always ask for as many drawings as we can have, and you know, with this we can look at it from any perspective. Oh, you need a punny? Okay, hold on, let me get out of here.
When we started out as Noisefold, we took a lot of equations that were put together on an open source database by Paul Bork, who's an Australian astrophysicist. And very quickly we were using techniques to blend that data, blend that geometry. And so what you end up with is these highly complex, novel forms.
We can generate much crazier forms. We're not doing that.
And we could iterate on forms that are much more traditional glass forms and make really interesting vases and things that would be more common to the glass vocabulary.
But we're trying to go for that sweet spot where it's something that we think speculatively could be made in glass, but is just a little bit harder than might be the typical form.
Or considerably more difficult, but still within the realm of possibility.
Within the realm of possibility.
While these do stand alone from the new media works that we make in terms of the projected or immersive installation environments and performances, we're definitely thinking about ways of bringing the two into conversation. And so taking the forms that we've digitally prototyped and figuring out ways of combining them in exhibition spaces with the actual glass objects that come out of the process. So we have to wait till they come out of the oven, of course, which is another different aspect of this process than the digital. And the other thing, of course, you can't just buy an extra hard drive when you get too many glass objects.
optic molds are used by glassblowers to create textures and patterns in blown glass. Nowadays, most optic molds are made from aluminum, but in the good old days, they were often made from cast bronze. They come in different shapes and sizes, depending on their desired effect. To begin, a bubble is formed and is shaped into the rough contour of the inside of the optic mold. The bubble is then heated, inserted into the mold, and blown with force. The resulting bubble can then be shaped into whatever form the artist desires. Today we're going to make an optic twist cup. So the bubble is held at the end while the pipe is rolled on the bench. This creates a spiraling pattern in the glass. The cup is blown to form, puntied up on the bottom, trimmed, and then opened up.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, they did it, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
Well, hi everybody. Welcome back. Did you guys have a good lunch? Yeah, so did I. You haven't eaten yet? Well, maybe after this. Yum, that sounds good. Well, I had a delicious lunch and we are back from our break. So today we have a visiting artist up there, Jaan Poldaas. You can see him over there in the black shirt with the glasses. So I was just getting the description of what they're going to be making. Can we look at slides of Jaan's work, please? So Jaan is kind of a local artist. He's Canadian, so he's just over the border right now in Vancouver. And so it's his first time right now at the Museum of Glass. So he was here yesterday, and yesterday they did a thing called pulling cane, but they did like a ribbon cane. So this is glass that they stretched across the room. And then they were working that into some shapes today that he's going to then work with next week. So he's here 6 days, yesterday, today, next Monday and Tuesday, which is the 15th, 16th, and then also July 22nd, 23rd. So some of the stuff he's making today is going to come back and be worked in or worked with next week. So if you're local, come back. If you're not, you can watch us online and you can see his finished pieces. But if you look up here, this is some of Jaan's work. And so you can see really interesting things with texture and color. And the piece we made before lunch and the one we're going to do right now is taking two shapes, two halves, and placing them together. So the halves ones, like we did this drawing here, half of it was black and half of it was clear. And so we're not doing black and clear here. They're going to do some coiling of glass, so some colorful strings wrapped around. And then, yeah, using that technique called encalmo, which is bringing the two halves together to then create, they're going to make a pretty large spear, he said. And when that actually is annealed and cooled down, he'll cut through it later when it's cold. So this will be a really interesting process to watch. And so they're just getting started. And so while they're getting started, make sure you can look at Jaan's work on Instagram if you want to follow him. He's got his Instagram handle there. It's Jaan.Andreas and then _. Make sure you find the underscore, otherwise you won't find him. But you can see what he does. And what else? Let me tell you a little bit about the hot shop while I have you guys here. So hot shops are super fascinating. We have a beautiful one, of course. And some of the important things in the hot shop is the furnace. So if you look out here, we've got the ones where the doors are closed. We have two furnaces. You can see the orange light around them. That's where the hot glass lives. So furnaces are about 100 degrees. And glass is made out of 3 items. It's sand, lime, and soda ash, and it's all cooked together. So the furnace to the right, they've actually been charging it today. So it was empty, so they're putting those ingredients in to cook, kind of like a big stew pot. You can think about it that way. So they'll put those in, it'll get all cooked up. There you go, our glass components. And then after a certain amount of time, they'll be able to pull out of that. So if you see someone messing around over there, that'll be Nick, and he's charging the furnace. So we're using the one to the left. And inside that is about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. So you can think of like a vast jar of really hot honey. So you can see Jaan as he goes in, he's got a pipe that's got nothing on it. He's going to rotate into that glass and gather it. And then you've got that fresh glass on the outside, right? And that fresh glass has that really warm gold sort of glow to it and is very malleable. So he's going to use the table to cool it, to shape it. And there's a tray there of powdered glass, which is one of the ways that you can color glass. So the furnace is important, right? And then the ones that you can actually look into. Oh, another thing about furnaces is they stay on 24/7. They turn them off maybe once every 7 years for maintenance. Yeah, otherwise they're running constantly. So you can imagine the electric bill. The other thing that you see out there is the glory holes. So those are the ones you can actually look into. So Jaan is in the glory hole now. Those are at 2,300 degrees. And they keep the glass really hot, right? So you have to keep glass hot to make it malleable to work with it. But also, if glass gets too cold too fast, it'll shock the glass and it'll break. So you're going to see them constantly dipping into that glory hole to keep the glass happy and malleable. Glory holes are turned off and on. So at night, we'll turn them off. And in the morning, the crew comes in early and turns them on to heat them up. And then they're used throughout the day. So those are a couple important things. The other important thing is under the stairs, we have annealers, those big black things, and these silver things in the front are all annealing ovens because glass has to drop in temperature gradually, right? It's not stable at room temperature. So the annealing ovens are set at 890 degrees. So when they're done with a piece, if you stay long enough today, you'll watch them finish this piece. They'll knock it into these mittens that are made, I believe, out of Kevlar. There's a whole spacesuit. And the glass gets knocked into their hands. It's around 1,000 degrees still. And then they place it into the annealing ovens at 890 degrees. When the annealer is full or the day is done, they'll lock the annealer. And then there's a program to gradually bring down the temperature until it's stable to open the doors and let it cool the rest of the way. Dependent on the size of the finished piece as well as the thickness, it depends how long it will take, but it's generally an overnight process. So tomorrow they should be able to open doors. Unless something's really big and thick, it'll take longer. Okay, so those are some of our important things. And you can see Jason going back into that furnace. Remember, that's where the glass is, and it's like scooping up some really hot honey. So Jason's actually rolling into some powdered color. And so it was just an easy light roll. And then Jaan's just going to take that and roll it around the base of what he has. So it's translucent glass, or clear glass, with then a little bit of pink over the top of it. So there's a couple different ways to color glass, and right now they're using powdered glass. We have a little video on powdered glass. Can we watch that?
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece.
Thanks, guys. So yeah, that's what that tray is doing then. They're getting just a little light color because they only did one little roll, so it's going to be very easy, soft color. Let me see what Courtney's doing over here. All right. So Courtney has some colored glass as well. That colored glass is slightly different. It comes from a glass rod, but they're doing the same thing where they're just going to attach it and do a little coil around it. So they're going to have alternating colors of a soft pink. And I believe that's like a bluey green. I think it's this color. So this is called a color overlay, or it's a color rod, And so again, we have another interesting thing. This big silver thing here is called a garage because we store stuff in it, right? And the garage is heated unevenly. So it goes from 900 to 1100 degrees. So you put something like this color rod in there to keep it nice and toasty, so then you can use it to either overlay over a bubble to make the whole piece one solid color, or to do different like wraps around a base. And so why the different colors, why the powder versus the rod? They're just gonna have a different look. The rod comes out as a very solid color, right? Where the powder, especially because it's just a light, like one roll, is gonna come out a very light color, more of a translucent color. So just getting different effects. If you guys have questions, make sure to ask. All right. I'm not sure what we have cooking yet, so let's see. So is that color as well, that last one?
Yeah, it's very light. Right now, obviously, it looks orange, but when it cools, it'll have this kind of rose gold tint. It'll be really lush kind of color. It's nice.
Pretty. So are you building like you did previous with the cane? Are you kind of building a bubble, or? Yeah. Wow. So cool. All right. I've not seen this done before, so I have lots of questions for Jaan. Okay, so what they're doing, he said, is they're going to build like that encalmo that we talked about, which is two pieces coming together. So you could think about two cups. Like if you look at the drawing on the floor, this is where they're going to start. And so he's basically, instead of traditionally sort of blowing a bubble, he's building it with the coils. So he'll build that up, build it up, build it up. Yeah, that's going to be really cool. And then they'll do a second one, and then they'll join them together, and then they'll make a big sphere. So I'm really digging on Jaan's work because it's so much about like texture in these really clean shapes. So if you saw the slides that he did, you could see all those different textures and the way that you kind of cut through either with color or texture of some of his work. Can we see those slides of Jaan's work again? And there's a lot of like subtlety. It's very beautiful, and the process just takes a little bit to build them up. So you can see, right, that's again using, when you see those clean like splits, that's like the encalmo where they have either a solid color or a texture coming together, like those bowls there. So having that as one big sphere and then cutting it in half, they're gonna do something similar to that idea. And the encalmo is one side was the amber and one side was the texture, right? Same thing, but with texture. So this is pretty cool, you guys. I'm digging on this. Yeah. So yeah, just building up the bubble or the cup-like, and they'll build a second one and join them together. And so doing it with layers of color, so using that sort of turquoisey blue, and then like a light, he said rosy sort of pink, to kind of alternate between those. I think there's a little bit of translucent in there. Yeah, this will eventually, if I'm imagining this right and I heard it right, this will be blown. So they're building each half just by the coils, and then they'll attach the coils, and then they'll gather over it, and then they'll blow it and create a sphere. And then when it's cold, he'll cut that once it's come down to room temperature, once it's been annealed. So just adding another layer. And you can see, I mean, it looks orange, but of course it's because the glass is hot, but you can see different specks in there, right, as with the color. Oh, and you can see the color that Courtney brought, which is that bluey green, right, as a much more solid look to it, where the other one is just a soft, like rosy pink. And so remember, the glass has to stay hot for two reasons. One is so it's workable, and the other one is so it doesn't break, right? I have not seen anybody break anything here, which is amazing, because they're all professionals. But you notice they keep popping it back into the glory hole, because the glass can't stay out on the floor for more than a minute and some change. If it's thicker, it can stay out longer, but they'll never just leave the hot glass out. So always keeping it happy. Right, so pretty quick work. You've got Jason going back into the furnace to gather some more glass. Right, so he's got a nice thick ball there because they're really building up that side, or building up that base. And so cooling and shaping on the table, and then just a quick pickup of that powder. And if you watch him close, he's not necessarily doing a crazy even or crazy heavy sort of roll. He sort of just like bounced it off in certain sections. And then just right back to add another layer. Wow, yeah, that's cool. So the wood paddle can help to protect the gaffer's arm, but also to flatten the top of whatever shape is being made, the vessel. And then the jacks, they're just a metal tool. They help to cool and to shape the glass. So even though it's built with coils, and Jaan is looking for, you know, the color texture, of course, you want the outside to be smooth. And so remember, Courtney's here. That's actually, see the base of it's got this bluey green color, but when it's hot, it's bright orange. So keep your eye on it as it cools and watch that color change. Right? Just a little metal on the glass. It was like magic. But it's science. You guys have any questions? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, what do they do with the one while they're making the second?
Yeah. So what they generally do is park it in the garage. This is what they'll probably do, but sometimes there's enough team where someone else is making the other side while this one's being made. But I think I think today they'll park in the garage. So yeah, it's so interesting. That's a good question. Not that I can think of. You mean like incorporating like metal or wood? Not at this stage. There are people that perhaps, like a couple weeks ago, we had a fiber artist, and so she's making shapes that would go into larger sculptures. But here in the hot shop, it's pretty much just glass because of the medium, but it can be incorporated into bigger things later. Yeah, it's pretty cool. All right, so we're watching that shape get built up. So remember, we're going to have two of these cup-like shapes, right? So they're cups, for lack of a better name right now, vessel shape, being built by coils of colored glass. So Jaan is going to make 2 of those. So once he's done with this one, he's going to probably park it in our garage, which is the big silver thing in the middle of the floor. And the garage will keep it nice and warm while he makes the second one, because then you can join the 2 together to make a big sphere, right? So just watching the base of the project as they're alternating the different colors. Courtney's got the color rod, which is the really thick greeny blue, and then Jason's got the lighter powder pink that's going on. And so building 2 sides that will be joined together to then create a large sphere that will then later be cut in half. So look at the color on Jason's punty with that fresh gather, right? How fluid it moves and the bright color. And he just picks up a little bit of that powder. Whereas Jaan's work, when it comes out, that orange is different, right? The difference in the look of the glass of freshly gathered versus fresh out of the glory hole. So using the jacks to shape and cool, right? And using that paddle to either protect or to help flatten the edge. So it seems like we're coming to the end of this side, and then the second side will start being built soon. So just watch that color as it changes. So cool. So the difference between the colors, again, one is a powder or a grit. It can come in different grits. So it's kind of like this, but a finer powder. This one's a little thicker, sort of gravelly grit. So Jason on the table is picking stuff like this up, and that's going to give a lighter look, a thinner, lighter look. Where Courtney is using glass rod, which is the thicker glass, which will give it a solid look, right? So you guys can see it. Okay. The one up on the table is an actual powder form, but it's similar. So then the other color comes like this from a big heavy rod. So some of the rods you can see through as well, but a lot of them are just really thick colors. I'm gonna trip over my own feet with this one day. That's what the rod looks And then just trimming out any imperfections that might be there. Right? It's kind of crazy to think about glass that you can cut just right through it, but it's hot enough. You can take your shears and do that. So we've got Jaan doing that, and we've got Nick actually working on charging our furnace, which is pretty cool. So he's just throwing a bunch of stuff in there. So think of it like a giant crock pot. When I was a kid, my mom would throw everything in the morning, and when we got home, it was time to eat dinner, and it was all ready. Same thing's happening here, but you wouldn't want to eat it. So you've got a mixture of 3 things in the furnace. We've got sand, lime, and soda ash. We also sometimes use recycled glass from here in there, but it has to be clear and free of any sort of debris. So yeah, that's fancy, isn't it, watching that thing? And that's why it's called a hot shop. So remember, glory holes, nothing is inside of them, even though it looks like there's something in there. It's just the lining. And it's forced air and natural gas in the glory hole, 2,300 degrees. But the furnace is where the glass is. So Nick is making that glass. And those are at 2,100 degrees. And they can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And the furnaces are never turned off. They're turned off maybe once every 7 years for maintenance. So... but the glory holes go on and off every day. Full gas. Yeah. Hopefully it's a little more efficient than like fossil fuels or whatever, you know. But yeah. Well, no, it's yeah. It really depends. I don't know if they can predict it, because a couple weeks ago we had an artist in here where they actually had 4 benches going. Yeah, they brought in they brought in a 4th one, and they were just like killing it. So I think they went through the glass really, really fast. So it really depends. Washington's recycle rules. If they do recycle here, yeah, yeah. If you watch, sometimes there'll be explosions down there because they're so thick that they'll just. Why they'll kind of kick them under there. But yeah, they are. I mean, some of them are really beautiful. Like we've got a little collection of, some objects. Also to show. You can touch the front of it, but it's sharp, so I can't technically. Oh, that's fine. Technically, looks like a C9 light bulb for like. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is just a couple weeks ago. The guy that had the 4 tables going, benches going. This was just the knockoff of one of them, and this is what the glass rods look like. Where the color is really thick. You can touch the front of it, but not the back because it's sharp. It's cool. So I don't want to get fired by letting you cut your fingers. I think it's a liability. Yeah. Yeah, just not the back. I know it sounds silly, but you know how it goes these days. Yeah. It's interesting, huh? Yeah. Lots of cool pieces that come off. All right, so it looks like that one is coming to completion. So remember, it's just half of what we're going to be doing. So Courtney is prepping another piece of color, the color rod. And we have a really interesting video on color overlay that you guys might find enjoyable. Can we watch the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
All right, so that is partially what they're doing, right? That thick rod of glass they're using to create coils. So one of them is the rod of glass, and then one of them is powder. And so our visiting artist today is Jaan Poldaas, and he is coming to us from Vancouver, Canada. So we can call him local, I feel like. It's not too far. And if you want to check out his Instagram, we've got his account here on the floor. Jaan.Andreas_. So you can see his work. You can see some of the stuff he's doing here today. And it's his first time here at the museum. We're lucky to have him. He's been doing some really interesting objects, like what we're working on now. Can you play slides of Jaan's work, please? So working with really elegant shapes that have a lot of texture or color. And working with a process called encalmo, where you're taking two pieces and joining them together. And so for those of you just joining us, that's what we're working on now, is the second half of a piece before we join it together. So they've just taken the first half of what's going to be the sphere that they built just with coils of color and parked it in the garage, where it'll stay until we're ready for it. And now Jaan is starting on his second half. And so, yeah. All right, so we're getting this shape started. It looks like Jason is gathering out of the furnace. So he was making a nice light rosy color to make coils around the base. And so just rolling that hot glass into powdered colored glass is how you make one way of making colored glass. Jaan, is this going to be the same colors as the other one? Yeah, okay. So same process and the same colors. So working with 2 coils, right? So Jason in the plaid has got a light powdery rose color, and they're building the shape that'll be half of this sphere just with coils of glass. So that one's more of a translucent color, where Courtney is working with the color rod, so the thicker, which is going to be a coil as well, and it's going to be a thicker color, a heavier color. So Courtney's color is actually this bluey sort of green. Right, pretty opaque, where Jason's is going to be easier to see through with a little powdery pink. And so just coil on top of coil on top of coil to basically build half of what's going to be a sphere. And then when that's done, they're going to join the 2 sides together and then make a whole sphere. And then it'll get knocked off and cooled down, and once it's cold, they'll cut through it to make 2 bowls. So the poles, how hot do they get? Well, these ones are made out of stainless steel. So what I've been told is that their stainless steel is the best because it'll cool down quicker and closer to the hand, like further away from the glass, it'll cool down faster as well. So you can see sometimes they get hot. We have a couple of troughs, one on either side of the room, that if the poles are hot, they lay them in there and they're full of water, and that will help cool them down. As far as the exact temperature, if you imagine when you pull the glass out of the furnace, it's 2100 degrees, and the glory hole is 2300 degrees. So the glass, when they work it, is well above 1000 degrees. So the poles get pretty hot. They cool down quite quickly, though, because of the stainless steel and how it conducts heat. But also the guys are pretty used to it. And if it does get hot, they'll use the pipe coolers. And you can notice that they don't really put their hands very high. Sort of that nice little right above center point. But yeah, it is definitely hot there. You guys might not feel the heat because we've got a huge fan system down here that keeps everything up here pretty cool. But once you get close to all the glory holes and the furnaces, you break a sweat quite easy. Those tools are called jacks. They're made out of metal, and they're just to help shape. They can also cool and center the form that's being worked on. Right, and you can use multiple parts of the jacks, and you can see Jaan is just manipulating the glass where it's attached to, or where it was recently attached. Very versatile tools. And it's pretty fascinating to watch the color change as the glass cools. So that bluey green really sort of starts peeking out right away. But when it's put on, it looks very deep orange. Whereas the pink is a softer color as well and not as dense, but the color change you don't see quite as easily either. And you can watch as Jaan manipulates the glass with the jacks, right? Either smoothing out the outside, maybe opening and thinning the lip a little bit, but always going back into the glory hole to keep that glass nice and hot and happy. Because remember, glass is not stable at room temperature. The glass, when they're working it, is above 1,000 degrees. So by building those coils, right, that paddle will help flatten the top till you have that next level going, because he wants to keep things as even as possible as it stacks together. There you go. That's the pipe cooler. It's just a tiny little trough over in the corner. Pipe cooler. So that's water in that trough, and that'll actually cool off the pipe when it gets too hot. It's so easy to miss it. Yeah. Yeah. It takes the cameraman a second to catch up with me sometimes. Oh, quick, over there. All right. It looks like the excitement is about to happen. You guys, payoff is coming. You guys have been so patient. So both sides of the coils look like they're built, because Courtney's got one over there, Jan's got one over here. So I think we're going to have the joining process, right? And so 2 cups or 2 half spheres coming together to create one sphere. Uh-oh, I'm on the wrong side. So if you watch up on the screen, they're connecting the 2 sides together. Did you guys blink? Did you miss it? I missed it. I know, damn. I know, I have the big garage in front of me. It's not a perfect world. All right, I think we all blinked and missed it, you guys. While we were... All right. Well, Jaan, you're the artist. You don't have to explain yourself to us. Just wanted to work in private. All right, so they were just comparing sizes, and then Jaan just went for it. So they stuck them together, and once you stick it together, you can't take it apart. So it's together. But it's pretty cool, right? So just like 2 cups, you put it together, and they're sticky, and then you knock one off the side. So now we have a long sort of sphere. Well, it's not quite a sphere yet, but it will become one. And so watching those little coil shapes, those coily cup shapes, and then put together. And so one of the cool things about this is I believe is what's going to happen. So those were both open, right? But it's on a pipe right now. So they had to build the coil around the pipe in such a way that they're able to actually blow into the pipe so that they can change the shape that way. So I believe they're planning to blow into it. But you won't gather over it. It's okay. Thanks. Okay, so it is becoming a spear shape, and they're making sure it's nicely connected. They're sort of prepping that shape itself, right? So using the table to shape and to cool to smooth out those coils. And once they have it where Jaan wants it, then they're actually going to blow into it to create that actual sphere shape. So he said maybe about 15 to 20 times in and out of the glory hole should get it to where he wants it to be before they actually blow into it. So I think if you guys remember the slides of Jaan's work, and if we could see the slides of Jaan's work, like one of the biggest things is the subtlety of the texture and the colors, right? And so you can see where he gets that by building things with the coils, creating different texture, and then the process of the two coming together. But then in the cold section, in the cold working, cutting it in half. So lots of subtleties, right? And tiny little buildup with all those little coils. So you can really see that color change, right? Those bright oranges and how fluid that is at the end of the pipe. That's just a piece of folded up newspaper that's saturated with water, using it as a hand tool to cool and shape the outside of the glass. And then watching the color change as it cools. So that tool is just a little bit of forced air. It's kind of that thing that you would find at the dentist office. So it's just going to direct that air in specific areas to cool. So the glory hole, where the glass is right now, 2,300 degrees. It's to keep the glass nice and warm and malleable. One of the cool things is the several sets. There's 3 layers of doors on the glory hole. And so people often wonder about working with really large pieces of glass. So you want to be able to get them in and out of the glory hole without hitting the sides of the wall or the door. So it's pretty cool as they open different levels of doors. So we've got half of the first set of doors open, and they do that just to accommodate the size. Using the table again to cool, but also to shape the glass, and just blowing into it, you'll see the sides expand a little bit. So 2 ways to make pieces larger. One is to gather glass on top of it, of course, to have more glass, but then you actually do blow into it to expand the bubble that's inside. And so since those coils were made on a pipe, right, they can still blow into it because they attached them and closed off the side. That's a spot torch. It's the same temperature as a glory hole, so 2,300 degrees. Again, it's just there to heat up specific areas of the glass that you're working on. And if you think about it, where the pipe meets the glass, that's going to cool off faster than the rest of the glass because metal cools at a different rate. So you're going to see them pay special attention to where that transition is. Because again, glass cooling off too fast is definitely a problem. You can lose your piece, which never happens here. So you can see definite teamwork as Jason is actually blowing into that pipe. It's expanding the walls. And Jaan is using the folded newspaper to hand shape. Keep a close eye on it, right? You can see how wild the glass gets, how wobbly it can be. When it first comes out of that glory hole, it's very hot, of course. But then it begins to stabilize the longer it's out. And see the walls expand as it's blown into to create a larger shape. And the paddle's there just to help protect Jaan's arm from the heat. And they're just working towards that nice sphere shape, so something really lovely and round. So using the jacks just to create a neckline, it can help cool and center, but also close down that neck. And again, the paddle just adds a little more protection from the heat. So that sphere is coming along. I can't wait to see the colors when they cool down and you get the pinks and the orange together. Or, I'm sorry, the pinks and the blues together. I don't know where orange came from. So later, this sphere is going to be cut in half on the cold working side of it. So right now, they're just creating that big sphere, right? It's made out of coils. But once it's been annealed and come down to room temperature, they'll go through the cold working and they'll actually cut it. So we have our visiting artist, Jaan Poldaas. He's joining us from Vancouver, Canada, so pretty local, not too far away. And it's his first time here at the museum, and he'll be here Monday and Tuesday, pretty much all month long, so we're lucky to have him. And so what we've been working on is taking two basically like cup shapes made with coils, joining them together, and now they're going to transfer them over to that puntee. So Courtney's got a nice fresh glass puntee, and they're popping it onto the end, making sure it sticks and that it's stable. And then they're going to break it off of Jaan's pipe to transfer the shape. So you can see Courtney sort of testing out his puntee to see how it feels. Jaan heats his side, adds some water, and a little tap stresses that glass out, right? That water and heat stress that line out. That tap will just transfer it over and then right into the glory hole to keep it nice and warm. So after a piece has been transferred, it's really important to make sure it's centered and that it's stuck to secure onto the new puntee. Hey, Jason, do you know the stuff that Jaan's making, is that going to go into a show? Or is it just like for his own, like not his own collection?
I think a lot of it's experimentation, and
Yeah.
some of it's doing some older stuff and refining, but most of what we're doing is going to be kind of new stuff that
Yeah.
museum allows to
To do,
the ability,
yeah.
yeah.
So just really
The freedom.
the freedom of using the materials and seeing what it looks like. And with this, you guys are gonna close off the top.
I'm not sure. I think you might put one more coil on it.
Okay.
Just as like a little lip wrap, maybe.
All right. I guess I'll just
Not
swap.
too sure.
Okay. So it looks like the piece is coming along. All right, just getting the skinny on what's going to happen. So, yeah, he's going to round out the shape, make sure it's a cylinder where he really wants it, or a sphere. Sorry, that's a sphere. I think I need my coffee. And then they're going to break it off into the annealing. And then when it's come down to room temperature in the cold shop side of it, they'll cut through it to create two kind of bowl-like shapes, two spheres. So we have slides of his work, but this is sort of the idea of what it's going to be like later. Of course, not the two colors, but cutting it in half in the cold shop. And so I was asking Jaan what he's doing with his work here, and a lot of it's for experimentation. So he's had a lot of things on his mind that he'd like to play with. And so the museum, it's a great opportunity for him to be able to experiment and to play with things like this color combination using the greeny blue color with the rosy pink color. So here's just kind of the idea of what is going to be happening with that. Right, the different colors. Right, but the same idea of like cutting that sphere in half. Yeah. You guys want to see, they're going to cut it. Cost the artist or cost the museum?
If we'd want to buy something like that.
No. Artist. Yeah, like I don't know if so I don't even know if he'll put this stuff out for sale, but it's they don't give us things like that. I think he has a website. Or you could probably Instagram is the best thing that the kids are doing these days.
Yeah.
But
So I heard because we do have kids and we have a dancer kid. So what kind of dance do you do?
kid friendly for sure, but not, you know. We oh yeah. Sophietta. So Jason's got a cool little tool. It looks like an umbrella. It's called a Sophietta. So it's like a miniature Mary Poppins. And so the Sophietta is good for putting it right there into that neck or that opening, I would say. Sometimes you use it for one thing, sometimes you use it for another, but you can also blow into it to help puff out the sides, which is not what's happening right now, but a very interesting tool nevertheless. And it looks like Courtney is getting something ready over there as well. Looks like another piece of colored glass by the look of it. So when you look at that lovely sphere, you can see there's pieces that get that bright orange and then they cool down to this sort of like blue-green color. So Courtney has this heated up. And let's see what they do with it. So just giving a little lip wrap there. And if you guys haven't done it yet, you can always walk along the little catwalk here, and it's a great place to watch the team from overhead. You get a bird's eye view of what's happening. Not that you have to, but just a suggestion. Okay. So the paddle can be used to help shape, right? So you can see it resting on the side of the glass to help smooth out that top. And back into the glory hole, right? The glory hole, I think, is one of the most important places. I guess they're all important things, but got to keep the glass warm, got to keep it happy. And 2,300 degrees in that glory hole. Remember, there's nothing inside there. It's just natural gas and forced air. Oh, and there we have the Sophietta at work. And you can see the beautiful texture that the coils create if you look up at the screen with the light coming through. So you can imagine with that really beautiful like greeny blue and then that rosy pink and that texture, and when they actually cut through it, what it's going to look like. So a lot of subtleties to what is going on. So that Sophietta, you can actually place it into that opening and blow into it, so it'll help puff out the sides, keeping that sphere, of course, a beautiful round shape. And a spot torch, keeping that neck nice and warm. So glass is not stable at room temperature, right? And it has to cool off slowly. And so they do that by putting it in the annealing ovens. You'll see them underneath the stairs. And annealers are set at 890 degrees. And so when the glass is broken off, it's going to be around 1,000 degrees. It'll go into the annealing ovens. Once the ovens are full, they lock the doors and they have a computer program to gently bring down the temperature. So whatever goes in today will come out sometime tomorrow. And so it's always exciting in the hot shop when people put extra clothing on, because that's a clear indicator that something is going to happen that involves the annealing oven. So Jason over there is getting all gussied up to catch this beautiful sphere. So don't worry, he will be fully protected with some mittens and a jacket and everything, the whole 9 yards. So he's going to catch this giant sphere. Jaan gets the job of deciding when it's ready to actually knock it off of the punty. And this is a part I always find fascinating, because they obviously aren't sitting there with thermometers to know, okay, the glass is cool enough to take it off. And how do they know? They just know. Because if the glass is too hot when it's broken off, it can change its shape, it can pick up texture from the gloves, it can do a lot of different things. So they want to make sure that glass is stable enough, it's cool enough, so that nothing's going to affect it when it goes into that annealing oven or when it goes onto the mittens. So this is one of the magic pieces of being a glass artist, right? Being a gaffer is to look at that glass and say, yep, it's done, it's fine. So again, hot glass, a little bit of water, creates the science, also known as magic of stressing the glass out. Tiny little tap, that fracture just cracks. And then we've got this beautiful sphere. You can see those colors. The pink starts to come out as it cools down. Courtney's gonna be our door guy, and then Jason pops it right in there. So 890 degrees, and it'll stay there till tomorrow. So yay, good job, you guys. Woo! So again, our visiting artist is Jaan Poldaas. And he is Canadian, born in Ontario, but living in Vancouver in BC, so he's a neighbor. And it's his first time here at MOG. We'll be making another piece. I don't know what we're gonna make. I will go find that out. Feel free to hang out, take a walk around, and we can show you a video on kids designing glass. That might be interesting for the kids in the audience. Because kids, you can design your own piece and the hot shop might make it.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed.
The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
I don't really do any work when I present, just bake.
bake it, baby.
It's fine.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
Okay, you guys, welcome to the hot shop. So they're going to start making a new piece. Well, they're starting right now. So we have visiting artist Jaan Poldaas. He is Canadian born in Ontario and lives in BC, Vancouver. So close neighbor of ours, and he's our visiting artist right now. So he was here yesterday and today, and he'll be here on the 15th and 16th, as well as the 22nd and 23rd of this month. So you can see him and all of his work. And so what we're working on today, a lot of this stuff, it's not going to be a final piece until later. And so he's using his time here at the museum to really experiment with texture and color, and just has a bunch of ideas he's drawn out that he wants to see come to fruition. And so the piece we're working on, if you were here for the last one, it's similar. So what they're going to do is to build two sort of cup shapes out of coils of color, right? And so that's where they're going to start now. So Jaan's got his base there, and then Jason and Courtney are going to come with alternating colors, and they're just going to build up with different coils into what will look kind of like a very large cup shape. So they'll do two of those, and then they'll join the two together then to create a large sphere. That sphere, when it's done, they'll put into the annealers where it will come down gently in temperature. And then when it's stable at room temperature, they'll take it to the cold shot portion and actually slice through it. So we won't get to see the completed piece, but we'll see part of how the piece gets completed. Can we see the slides of Jaan's work, please? So you can get an example of what he does. And so he uses a lot of what's called encalmo, which is the joining of two pieces. So when you see something like that piece, which has the amber color and the translucent side, those are kind of the same idea of what we're doing with this piece, joining two halves together, and then you'll slice through it. And so here also, this coil, that's how it's going to look as it's being built. Different colors, though, than the ones on the screen. But that same idea of this sphere slicing through it. And so we're going to start our first half here with some color. So they're using color rods right now for the coils. And color rods look like this, right? So big rods of colored glass that they cut up and they put inside this big silver thing right here called the garage. The garage goes from 900 to 1100 degrees, depending on what side you use. And chunks of this are cut up and stored in there, and they come up to temperature between 900 and 1100 degrees, where they can then pull them out and heat them up and apply them to what they're doing right now, or various other things, but what they're doing right now to add color coils. So just as simple as that, right? Jaan will grab the punty and place the hot glass onto the base of his glass and just roll. Kind of like putting toothpaste on your toothbrush, but a little harder. And so Jason's going into our furnace to gather some more glass. So the furnace is where the glass actually is stored. So we have two furnaces. If you look out onto the floor, you can tell the furnaces because they're the ones where the door is closed, but you can still see the orange peeking out around the sides. So that holds the hot glass. That holds up to about 1,000 pounds of glass in it, and it's at 2,100 degrees. And it's powered by natural gas, and it's left on 24/7, right? So the furnaces are never turned off. They're turned off maybe once every 7 years for maintenance, and that's it. Otherwise, they either have glass in them or they're being charged, which is the idea of cooking the glass. So our right furnace today is being charged where they're pulling glass out of the left furnace. So that's where the glass lives. So whenever they need more glass, you'll see them stick their pipes or their punties into that furnace and gather it. So you can think of it like really hot honey, and they're just scooping it out. The other things that you see, the ones you can actually look into, those are glory holes. Those are turned on and off every day. So in the morning they'll be turned on, at night you'll turn them off. And those are at 2,300 degrees. There's nothing inside of them, and it's just natural gas and forced air to keep them nice and hot. And they are there to keep the glass hot so that it's malleable. So you can work on it, and so it doesn't get shocked and break. So you can see Jason dipping back into that furnace. And both Jaan and Courtney are using the glory holes to flash the glass to keep it nice and hot. Or, as Courtney's doing, he's heating up the color to bring over so that Jaan can apply it to his piece. Sometimes you'll get debris on glass, and that's no problem. They just cut it right out. And pop it in the glory hole and let it just sort of smooth out. You can see how easily that hot glass just comes right off of the puntee. And if you have any questions out there, make sure to let me know. And so you can see the difference, right? Courtney has that colored rod, and so it's got a different color and a different texture compared to the glass that Jason's using. And if you keep a close eye on the glass as it comes in and out with Jaan's base, it's amazing to watch the color change as it cools, because even though everything looks orange or it looks yellow, it's going to be vastly different colors. So right now that big sort of exterior lip looks bright orange, but watch as it begins to cool, especially when the metal touches it, it's going to cool faster. And it's got maybe like a luscious red or raspberry hue to it. Those tools are called jacks, and they're used to help center, but also to cool and to shape the glass and to smooth out those coils. So you imagine as the coils are layered up, they want to make sure that they adhere nicely together. So every time you go into the glory hole, the piece is going to heat up and the glass will become more malleable. So they're going to come together a little bit better, right? Those transitions will begin to kind of melt together. And so definitely a different texture there with that rod glass. And the dramatic change in color as it cools. So our little shape is coming along. Now remember, we're going to have 2 of those, and they're going to stick them together. And if you want to see more of Jan's work, you can find him on Instagram. He's got his handle there on the floor, Jan.Andres_. So you can see a full range of what he does. So our visiting artist, Jaan Poldaas, is here. He's somewhat local, Canadian. He lives and works in Vancouver, BC. And so he's visiting us this month. And right now we're working on a process called an in-calmo process, joining 2 pieces together. You can look at the screen and see some of Jan's art and get an idea of what we're making here today. And so the piece they're working on now, they've built 1/2 of what will become a sphere, and they're building it just with other pieces of glass. So building it out of coils. And once they finish this half, they'll put it in the garage and they'll build their second half. Once the second half is done, they'll join the 2 together and then create a lovely sphere. And then when it's come down to room temperature, in the cold working room, they will cut it in half. And so right now, just watching that base form be built. And we've got pieces of clear glass and pieces of colored glass just being built layer by layer on top of that puntee. so we're discussing the glass not falling off the end of the pipe or the puntee. And if you watch the team, right, you can see Jaan and Jason are both constantly rotating those pipes or those puntees, because if they did stop moving, especially that freshly gathered glass would just drip off the end of the puntee. And you can see how hot and fluid it is as Jaan takes it onto the base of his piece, or the top of his piece, to build his little coil cup. Because, yeah, getting that glass nice and hot, especially out of the furnace, it's very, very fluid. Yep, and you can just cut right through it with the shears and watch the color as it fades. So it looks orange, but it's really translucent, so you can watch that glass changing. And so it looks like this side's coming along nicely. So they're using translucent glass as well as colored glass, and they're using glass rods. And we've got a nice video on color overlay, which will tell you a little bit more about glass rods. Can we watch that video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a puntee rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So that color is part of what they're using, right? This garage here that Jason's at right now is where those color rods were stored, and they pulled them out to work with them. So that first half is done, right? That first half of the coil cup is finished. So the silver thing there is where it's going to be stored right now. So it's called a garage, and it goes from 900 to 1100 degrees. So there's a hot side and there's a cold side. And the garage is great because it gives the team the capability to leave that there for however long it takes to build the next one. And then when they're ready, they'll bring it out and they'll put the two together. So the first half of our process is now done. And so Jaan is starting on the second half. He's going into the furnace to gather. So remember, the furnace is where the hot glass lives. It's like a big vat of very, very hot honey. It's at 2,100 degrees. And he's just gathering with his pipe. And you can tell the difference of the freshly gathered glass where it's got that real cloudy sort of gold look to it versus the glass we saw him working on, which had like a heavier orange look. Using the table to shape and to cool. And so he's building that base again that he's then going to build the coils around. Yeah, they can. They're made out of stainless steel, so the gaffers were telling me that they cool, like, some pipes will stay hot the whole way, but stainless steel, it'll cool down at the bottom and they get hotter. So they're better to work with. But he's also, right now, he's a trough full of water, and that will cool the pipe. So it's called a pipe cooler. So the pipes do get hot, and then you can go ahead and use that trough over there as the pipe cooler. And you can see Jaan is just blowing into that pipe, plugging the end with his thumb so that air travels through the pipe to the very top and creates the bubble. So the bubble is where everything starts. Whatever vessel you're going to make, it needs to have a bubble, generally, to begin with. So we've got a bubble on this one, and then we're going to build that coil basket or coil cup around it. So popping into the glory hole. Glory holes are 2,300 degrees. They are forced air and natural gas, and it's where the glass goes to get nice and toasty so that you can work with it and it's happy. It's its little Goldilocks place of happiness, just right. And it may look very solid, but that glass is hot enough just to take the shears and cut right through. Get rid of whatever was there. So as Jaan's doing that, Courtney is prepping the color. We saw that video already. And so he's heating up that color, and they're going to bring it over and create a little coil. And so we'll have Courtney and Jason alternately bringing different glass, right? A colored glass and I believe translucent glass to build off of Jaan's base. So the base he's building right now is on a pipe because once the two sides have been joined together, they're going to want to blow into it to expand the shape. So he's just building it so you're able to actually blow into it later. So you can see right now the glass all looks the same, but then as it's gently pulled around the outside, Courtney's got this colored glass. It's kind of like a raspberry reddish color. As you watch it cool, you'll see that color start to emerge from the orange. Yeah. Yeah. Like that drawing right there. This drawing on the floor. They'll pop the two pieces together, and then they'll actually create a big sphere with it, so they'll blow into it, so it's a big sphere. And then later they're going to saw through it when it's cool. They'll saw through it. Yeah.
So they are going to blow into it so that it expands?
Yeah.
So they'll do a lot of blowing. Okay, so. And then cut it in half?
Yeah, it's not too much. The sphere doesn't get, maybe like basketball size. So it doesn't get massive, massive. But then they'll cut through it like they did with that. Yeah. So having that same idea. This one, it won't be different colors like this one, but it's that same idea of putting two things together. That's the encalmo. And then cutting through it when it's cold, so in the cold shop. They'll do that. Yeah, it's really neat. It takes a while. Maybe about an hour and some change. So, it takes a while. It's a lot of buildup with the coils. So what we're working on, it's going to end up being a big sphere that will then be sliced in the cold shop. So it's called encalmo, where you're joining two together. So we've already made one base, and here's the second side. So once this is built, they'll join the two together, which is super cool, and then they'll create it into a sphere, maybe about basketball shape-ish. And then later, in the cold working process, they'll cut through that. So using the jacks to cool and to shape, already creating a little neckline, that's going to be important. And flaring out the lips, centering things, making sure that glass is doing exactly what he wants it to do. And so Jason is just using clear glass, where Courtney has the colored rods, and they're just alternately bringing them. And you'll watch as Jaan just takes them, applies them kind of like toothpaste onto your toothbrush. Looks the same sort of process, doesn't it? Just squeeze it right on there. And then smooth it into that base shape. So keep a close eye. You can see some of that color already emerging as it cools. So hot glass, and just let it cool off. And then just touching it with those metal jacks, you can see that pretty acute change. As the piece gets large, it'll be easier to see the color as it progresses into it. So that difference between freshly gathered, how cloudy and fluid it is, versus a piece that's being worked. You can start to tell the difference between where the glass is and the process. And even though that glass, that base glass, looks very solid, it's not, right? It's still very hot. It's over 1,000 degrees. So the freshly gathered glass, of course, is just hotter. So therefore, it's more malleable. That wooden paddle can help protect the gaffer's arm, but also to make sure the lip is nice and smooth so that when they add another coil on top of it, you're making everything very even, right? You don't want anything like wonky and weird. So as Jaan is building, he's using his jacks, he's using the paddles, keeping everything very centered, very even, very smooth. And Jason's got another fresh gather. Cooling and shaping with the table. And always back into the glory hole. The glory hole is there to keep the glass happy, to keep it warm, to keep it malleable. Glass can't stand being on the floor for too long, right? Depending on the size, the thickness, maybe about a minute and some change, but not much longer than that. So they're always going back into that glory hole to keep it nice and toasty. It's in the garage. So this big silver thing, they put it in there. Yeah. So that'll keep it warm until this side is done, and then they'll pull it out, they'll heat it up again, and then they'll, yeah, because it's got to stay cool enough where it doesn't move, because right now it's on the pipe, but it's like at an angle, so it's sort of suspended in air, so if it's so hot, it could melt inside. So when they put it away, they watch it, and they can rotate it until it stops moving, and then it hangs out in there. No, it's going to be like a basketball. The last one was about a basketball size. And then, yeah, they'll cut through it. You know, I have heard gaffers talk about glass getting overworked, and the glass will, I think, at a certain point become more, not more brittle, but sometimes, like, I've only seen one thing break here, and I think it was just, you know, the gaffer was saying they just took it in and out too often. So, yeah, I think there's a point where you just don't want to work it anymore. But there's so many variables with like the thickness of the glass and all those things. But yeah, but that's only been one. I mean, all these guys that come in, like these guys all have at least 15 years, and our regular guys, like the team, they have like 23 and 26 years working glass. So it's like everyone comes in with oodles of experience. Do they get paid for that? This is not their job? This is volunteer? Or? It depends. Some of them get paid to do it because some people can actually rent out the whole thing. So it just kind of depends. Jaan is a visiting artist. I believe he was invited. His compensation package, I'm not certain of. They don't tell me, but. Will this start off quite truly? Does he ever come back by? Yeah, he donated money. I know some people think that he owns part of the museum, but he doesn't. He actually just donated the money. He did. He did by donating the money, but he doesn't like actively own things. But he does he come in and make any of those, like those pieces that are outside? I know that he's been here before, but I don't think it's a regular occurrence. But I do know he's been here before. So whatever goes into that bucket, that clear glass, that can be recycled into our furnaces, right? So we do recycle here at the museum, whatever glass we can. The stuff that is on the floor, unfortunately, cannot be recycled into our furnaces. It is taken care of, though. And the furnaces are the ones with the doors closed. We have 2 furnaces, and that's where the glass is stored. So we're pulling from the left furnace today, and it can store up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. So that's when they dip into there with their pipes or their punties, and they gather that glass out. You can see mostly Jason was doing it a lot to create some wraps for Jaan's piece. And so if you watch Jason, he's back there dipping into that furnace. So imagine hot honey and just gathering it at the end of a spoon and seeing that difference with a nice, cloudy, warm, sort of yellowy gold versus the orange color of the worked glass. And the furnaces are full of translucent glass, right? There's several different ways to color glass, and one of the ways is through powder. In the last piece, they were using powder to color the glass as well as color rod. This time, they're just using translucent glass with a color rod. So Jason's got the translucent glass pulling out of the furnace, and Courtney has the colored rods. It's sort of this like reddy raspberry color. So this just gets heated up really nice and hot, and then that's what they're applying to the top of the piece. So just stacking the coils and stacking the coils. So this is half of our piece, right? We're going to join this to a second half when it's done. And it's gathering shape and momentum here. Depends again on the size. Sometimes when they make really big stuff. I know, yeah, it would be really hard, right? Feel like what it is when it's hot. Oh. So there you go. Courtney's got that color rod. So if you watch it close too, you can see even on the end of his puntee, as it cools, the color changes dramatically. So you can see it on the end of that pipe too. As it cools down, it changes quite quickly. Yeah, the stuff on the ground is still really hot. So yeah, you don't. This piece has color in it, but I can't let you pull that. It's sharp at the end, so. But it's just like that. That'll hit the floor and. Yeah, I mean, this one we were lucky didn't shatter, but a piece like this probably, it could explode. Yeah. Yeah, that didn't shatter. You can't touch it, sorry. Yeah. But yeah, this was a couple of weeks ago. But sometimes these will just blow up. So you have to be careful because you don't want to get hurt, obviously. So those are jacks. Again, they're shaping and cooling the glass. And if you really watch where those jacks hit the rim, that color change looks instantaneous because that glass cools down really quick when the metal hits it. And gathering more glass. So they were charging our furnaces earlier today. I believe they're done charging it. But when you charge a furnace, it's like a big stew pot or like a big crock pot. You throw everything in and it cooks, and then a little while, maybe the next day, it's ready to go. There's only 3 ingredients in glass. It's sand, lime, and soda ash. So you just melt all those things together, and then you get this beautiful molten glass that is a great medium for art. And you can see how quickly it moves, right? It's so hot. If you think about it, that furnace is 2,100 degrees. So can you imagine how hot that glass is when it's still liquid like that? Up here in Tacoma, we all get a little bit crabby when it's 65 degrees outside. We're like, oh, that's hot. So imagine if you were the glass. But the vast difference in texture and color of the color rod versus the clear glass. So Jaan Poldaas is our visiting artist. He is here from Canada, from BC. We are lucky to have him. You can check him out on Instagram at jan.andres_ if you want to see his work. Don't trust me, it's written on the floor there. We also have slides of Jaan's work. Can we see some slides, please, so you get an idea of what his finished pieces look like? And so that picture there is actually what this is going to most closely look like when it's done. So a sphere that they're going to then cut in half in the cold room. And the encalmo process of connecting two pieces together, you can see that there in those bowls. How do they get the amber and how do they get the clear? So we're going to see that process very shortly with these pieces as the baskets or the cups kind of come to completion. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting close. So this process is really interesting because it is literally joining two pieces together. We've already made the first half, and it's parked in our garage here. The garage is from 900 to 1100 degrees, depending on what side you store things on. So once the glass is made, it can stay in there until they're ready for it. And so one side is made, and Jaan is creating the second side, using the jacks to cool into shape and using that paddle to make sure that the lip is nice and even and smooth. Happening. What's that? Sweet. All right, I've got good news. So they're heating up the other half. So we're going to see some fancy joining in just a few moments here. So Jason's got that other half going. Jaan is finishing off his half. A little extra color. And the process is pretty fascinating of getting these two pieces, right? You imagine two cups about roughly the same size and just joining them lip to lip. But these cups are both hot and they're stuck on metal poles. So it makes everything a little more complicated because you also can't leave the glass out at room temperature for very long. So you have to do it right, but you also have to do it a little quick. You know, time is of the essence, if you will. So let's see. Also making sure the sizes are roughly the same because they've got to attach at the lips, so they have to be pretty much identical, close. This process is a very old process. Someone asked earlier how old it was, and it's just very, very old. If you look at the screen, you can really see those colors as they start to come out when the glass is cooling down. Right, so that bright orange means it's really, really hot. The glory holes are 2,300 degrees, so we've got both sides in use right now as the two pieces we want to join together are both being heated up. So imagine how hot that is, 2,300 degrees. It's not even, I think, 70 today, and it feels a little warm outside. So it's natural gas and forced air in the glory holes. There's nothing actually in there except for the heat. All right, this looks promising. So here we go. Just kidding. All right, we'll do it again next time. So they also have to check the size, right, to make sure that they're equivalently are pretty much the same size. So they'll usually check that before they join them together. So it does take a lot of teamwork for glass blowing. Sometimes it's as simple as protecting your gaffer's arm. But could you imagine trying to do something like this on your own? Not possible. You know what they say, third time's the charm. And just like that. Right? Jaan makes it look easy, you guys. But it's not. A little bit of water on some hot glass creates tension, and a little tap makes that tension crack. And then you've got your two halves joined together and right into the glory hole. Make things, get them all sticky, make sure they talk and they stick together very nicely. So that was pretty exciting, wasn't it? Just bam, like magic. And so this shape will get turned into a sphere. So if you remember, the first half started off on a punty, which is one of those rods that's solid, right? So you cannot blow into it. The second half was built on a pipe, which is hollow so that they can blow into it. Pipes do get very hot, so we have our pipe coolers, just a trough over there in the corner, and it's got water to help cool it down. They're made out of stainless steel, so they cool faster and are easier to handle, but they do get hot, especially with larger pieces. So safety first, right? Jaan is going to cool that down to make sure he can handle it. So having this shape now on the pipe means that he can actually blow into it because they want to create a big cylinder. Sorry, a sphere. A sphere. It's going to be about, I'd say about a basketball size sphere when it's done, judging off the last one we did. So we'll watch as he gently creates that shape. If you really take a close look, you can see how kind of wild that glass is when it first comes out. And using the table to cool and to shape it, right? It's a metal table called a marver. And making sure that end is closed off so that he can actually blow into it and it will expand, as you can see him doing there. So it is called blowing glass because you do actually blow into the pipes. And your breath will help change the shape, expand the bubble. to make it larger. And you can watch, he is constantly in motion with that glass. That's the thing about glass. You can't really take a break. Once you start something, you just have to kind of see it through to fruition. And always that pipe or the punty, as it may be, is in being rotated. Especially in this early stages, you see how hot he's getting it. He's working on the shape of it, but also smoothing out those coils, right? Because we want texture, but we don't want like an outside coil texture. We want to see the texture. So smoothing it out. And then back into the glory hole to get it nice and warm. Did you have a question? Sorry. No. Yeah. Yeah, they get really heavy. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they always lie to me. I'll be like, isn't that heavy? And they're like, nah, it's fine. It's fair. But his stuff does, it does look thicker, especially with all those coils on it. But yeah, some of them, I mean, they always say it's heavy when you have two people handling it because they'll have to hold it down in the glory hole sometimes. Yeah. So that is just folded up newspaper soaked in water, and that's a hand tool to help cool in shape. And you can see Courtney is actually at the end assisting and blowing. So Jaan is the gaffer. He is giving the directions because this is his art. And it's Jaan Poldaas. He is from Canada and visiting us from BC today. So he's our gaffer. He's our visiting artist. He runs the team, and this is all his work. And you can see how everybody here, they're all glass blowers, but today they're assisting Jaan. So they're really going to work on getting that spear shape now. Using the newspaper, using their breath. And he's got to keep his eye on the glass and how it works, but also, as Courtney's blowing into it, how it expands and how thick or thin the walls may get. So there's many things that he's looking at. And that torch is about the same temperature as the annealers, so about 2,300 degrees. And it's a spot torch, so keeping specific areas warm. So if you think about where the metal and the glass meets, that cools down the fastest. So always making sure that stays nice and warm. Yeah, I agree. I'm usually freezing right here. So you can definitely see teamwork in effect here. We've got Jason keeping Jaan's arms safe. So you can see that sphere slowly taking shape, right? It's getting nice and round. So that tool is just a little bit of forced air. So you can either blow debris off. If some debris is stuck, maybe it can get blown off, or it can spot cool as well. The glory holes are pretty amazing. There's 3 levels of doors, so depending on the size of the piece, they can open up different layers of the door because you want to be able to get your piece in and out without worrying about the sides. And people often wonder about larger pieces of glass. How does that work in a studio? And that's one of the ways to accommodate it. So you can see as Jaan's piece is getting larger, they're able to just swing a set or half a set of doors open to accommodate. Probably. Well, let me see. Well, let me tell you. I mean, Jan said so himself with the last one, it's a little anticlimactic. So they're going to transfer it over. So, and then they'll just make basically a lip wrap where that opening is, and then they're going to break it off. So you saw the exciting part, which was the encalmo. And this is, I mean, this is beautiful, don't get me wrong, but it is quite a long process. Yeah, we close at 5. Have you guys seen go see the Preston show because it's beautiful. Yeah, go see that if nothing else.
That was very interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, the encalmo part's the most exciting part. I mean, this is lovely, but yeah. Enjoy, you guys. I will. You guys enjoy. All right. So the beauty of teamwork as that sphere is again just taking shape more and more. Have any questions?
No, it's just interesting to watch.
Yeah, isn't it's pretty cool. It's such a process, right? Just kind of emerges little by little.
How long does the glass stay hot for?
Well, you know, when they have it out on the floor, they're heating it All right, so that sphere looks like it's coming to completion. Courtney is getting ready here with a puntee, so they're going to transfer it over to that puntee. And so hot glass onto hot glass. And you want to make sure the connection's nice and stable. So you'll see Courtney. He's following Jaan's lead, but he's also feeling that puntee to make sure it feels pretty stable. The jacks are cooling the glass, so that connector is getting cooled. So this is one of my favorite parts. So he's actually heating up where his pipe is connected, so making that glass really hot, and then he'll add a little bit of water to stress that specific area, and then a little tap, and that stress mark will just break very cleanly off. All right, you want to make sure that it's going to hold. Create a stress line. All right, hot water on, or regular water on hot glass, and then just a beautiful little tap, clean break, it transfers over, and then right into that glory hole because the glass has been sitting out for a little bit. And we always want to keep the glass warm. So it doesn't want to be out on the floor for more than a minute and some change when it's being worked on. And so the first thing you want to do is make sure it's nice and centered. So using the tweezers, making sure it's centered, using the jacks. Glass is much easier to work with as long as it's centered on that pipe, right? And don't forget to follow Jaan on Instagram, you guys. Jaan.andres_. You can find him on Instagram and you can see what he's doing and see his art. He is a local boy from Canada, just up in BC. So we're lucky to have him here today. And we've got some slides of Jaan's work. Can we see some of that? See some of Jaan's slides, please? You can get an idea of his finished products. Or not. Can we see slides of Jaan's work, please? Well, we'll see those in just a minute. So the sphere is going to be the completed piece for now, right? So we have the encalmo process of bringing the two pieces together, then creating a lovely sphere, transferring it over. So this is coming to completion here in the hot shop pretty soon because the rest of the work they're going to do to it is in the cold working studio. So they're going to cut it in half at some point. But that's the cold process, not the hot. So that little cool umbrella tool is called a soffietta, and you actually blow into that, or your assistants would blow into that to help puff out the sides of the glass. Because it's been transferred onto the puntee and there's a hole in the top, you can't blow into it yourself anymore. So that's what the soffietta is for. so Jaan is happy with this shape. He says we're just about done. So if you didn't know, glass is not stable at room temperature, right? You figure the furnace where it comes from is 2100 degrees. The glory hole where they put it in and out of is 2300 degrees. When they're working with the glass, definitely over 1,000 degrees. You figure today was what, 70 outside, and people are like, oh, it's really hot. So imagine if you're the glass at 1,000 degrees. It can't come down to room temperature naturally. It needs some help. So when the piece is done, like it almost is, we're going to put it in an annealing oven. It's the big thing underneath the stairway over there. Number 1 is what we're going to be using. Those are set at 890 degrees. So the glass is about 1,000 degrees when they put it in. When the oven is full or when they're done for the day, they'll lock it and set the computer program to progressively come down. So we opened the annealer from yesterday just a little bit ago. So what they made yesterday is in there. So it's around a 24-hour-ish process. And you know pieces are almost done when somebody starts to put extra clothing on because it is really hot here in the hot shop. So Jason is getting suited up because he gets the special job of catching that piece of glass, which is around 1,000 degrees. So one of the really cool things, too, there's so many cool things, of course, is that the glass has to be cool enough that it's stable, because if it's too hot, it can pick up texture from the gloves or from the annealer itself, or it can change shape. So it has to be cool enough so none of that will happen, but not cool enough so that it breaks. So there's this like Goldilocks area of just right. How does the gaffer know when it's just right? They just know. So everyone will wait on Jaan's orders to do their part of the process, right? But you'll see that magic trick of science with the hot glass, a little bit of water, and then they'll break it off into Jason's mittens. But not quite yet. Christine. Yeah, Christine. Yeah. Brian. Did you say Brian? Me too. Are you a regular at the museum? Oh, thank you. Oh, thanks. Sometimes I forget people are actually listening and I'm just sort of rambling. But it seems to work, so thank you. It's the Marver. Yeah. Did it sound Marvel? Yeah. No, it's a Marver. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, VR. All right, here you go, guys. The magic of the water on the hot glass and the mittens. And just a tiny little tap. It's like magic, but it's science. We've got this beautiful sphere. We got Courtney working the door. And then right into the annealing oven where it'll stay nice and warm until it can gently drop down and be happy. So good job, you guys. Yay! Poldaas. So remember, visiting artist Jaan Poldaas. He is local-ish, Vancouver, Canada. I think that's close enough. And he's here 6 days out of the month. So yesterday, today, you can also find him on the 15th, 16th, and the 22nd and 23rd. Check him out on Instagram at Jaan.Andres_. So thanks so much, you guys. Enjoy the museum, and I'll find out what's happening next. Place to be. I love it here. definitely worth the walk over there. Yeah. And so this is based off of an old wigwam design. So, because it's part of the First Nation people that lived here, to base off of their wigwams. Yeah, so it's pretty. Yeah, it can be. It's a bit different. Yeah. You know, you're stumping me on that one. I don't know.
Is it like more of a community? Everybody has a teepee, but the
Yeah.
community has one wigwam.
I don't know. That's a good question. I should find that out because I know this is based off of the wigwam. I'm like, let me see if it's in my notes. I don't. It's not in my notes, but.
So I wanted to be inspired, and I'm sure I sure am.
Yeah.
Like a specific context. What this movie is about.
You what?
I used to create illustrated film. I'm envisioning a custom blue colored to best preserve the or dark burnt color. I was enjoying the leaks outside, the blue bottles. I want to make something like that, but smaller for a development site.
Do you blow glass?
I
Do you blow glass? Are you going to commission people to do it, or
commission.
just
This is a commission.
for you for wellness?
No, for
Yeah.
We're open.
Where's your
It is
product?
totally. Yeah. Go for it.
So, sorry. Hang on. All right. So I think our final project of the day, perhaps, we're going to be making a little cup. So yesterday, Jaan did a thing called pulling cane, and this is ribbon cane. So they made this yesterday by pulling it across this studio. And can we see video about pulling cane, please? It's a really interesting process. And so the cane that you see on the film is going to be round. This is a ribbon, so it's flat, but it's a similar process. So they created this cane yesterday. They broke it into pieces, and then they cut it into really tiny pieces. So this morning, they set all of these up, and it's more of like a mosaic pattern than straight lines. So the difference between the round cane and the ribbon cane is that round cane creates really straight lines, where the ribbon does not. It's more of a mosaic effect. And so this morning we used this, picked it up, made 2 cylinders off of it, which Jaan is going to be using next week to create other pieces. So this is what we had left over from this morning, and it's got this really beautiful pattern in it. So if you look at the screen, you can see they actually have 2 pieces of hot glass or a wad of hot glass, and they're pulling it just like taffy across the room, and they lay it directly down onto these wooden slats, and it can cool at room temperature. And so that's the round version of cane. Sometimes it's got that little twisty to it. Sometimes it's just a straight color. Depends on what they want. Or what Jaan wanted yesterday was to create more of a flat ribbon cane. And so again, it's just going to give a slightly different texture. And so they're taking that and they're going to be making it into a little whiskey shot glass, little cup. That's what he said. So that's a wood tool. It's a wood blocking tool just soaked in water to build that basic shape. So they've already had this from this morning, so there's already a bubble been created. And using shears to trim off some excess. And that bubble is already there, so just blowing into it to help expand. so working on our piece with the rest of that cane. You can see the beautiful white pattern coming up from the base of the pipe. So just making it into a little drinking vessel and popping it in the glory hole, right? 2,300 degrees in there to keep that glass nice and malleable. Using the jacks to cool into shape. So this will be a little tumbler. So when you look at the vessel on the pipe, you want to think about it from the part that's going to sit on the table is the furthest thing away. So where that wooden paddle is the bottom of the glass. So that's what's going to sit on the table. So the opening of the glass itself is where it connects to the pipe. So when you create things, right, where you blow that air into through the pipe, where that bubble starts, that's where the opening is going to be. So they need to transfer that over since they have the shape, or at least the bottom part of it, how they want it, roughly the size they want it. So they'll transfer it over. Courtney's getting a punty ready to make that transfer so then they can manipulate the neck and the opening of the tumbler. So just like we saw with the sphere, but not quite as large, right? We're going to have a little bit of hot glass on that punty. So flashing each piece to make sure it's nice and toasty. And then Jaan will just take it and pop it right in the center. And then give it a moment to cool down, using the jacks to cool that neckline, and then just a little bit of a tap makes that stressed area fracture. And then Courtney is able to pop it right into that glory hole. So centering the piece when it's first transferred is really important, so it's easier to work with. Using the paddle to make sure the bottom is nice and flat. And then flashing it in the glory hole, but also heating up where the opening is so that they can use the jacks to open that up. Just imagine that's where you would drop your ice in, drink your liquids from. All right, so right now it's a tiny little hole that was connected to that neckline. And now they're going to expand that. Sometimes it's nice to preheat those tools. And you can notice at first, Jaan is just heating the top part of the glass, but then he'll put the entire thing into the glory hole, flash the entire piece, and then bring it out. So the top part is going to be hotter than the rest of it, so it'll be easier to work with. But of course, he's keeping a careful eye on it because it can get too hot in the glory hole and then perhaps fall off. That never happens here because that's a very amateur move. So you won't see that here. And then just using the tweezers, right, pulling out the edge and trimming off that excess glass. I know it's hard to imagine cutting through glass, but it is possible, especially with nice hot glass. And if you guys have any questions, make sure to let me know. And so selectively heating parts of the tumbler, but then making sure to flash the entire thing, because the glass has to stay nice and hot. It's 2,300 degrees inside of the glory hole. And so you can watch with those jacks how easily he can just open that up, right? Very quickly, because the glass is very malleable when it's hot. So with a little change of angle, there you go. So Courtney is busting out with the Go-Go Gadget pinchers. It's another way of putting some hot glass away. So with the larger pieces, you can get all suited up, but with a smaller tumbler, you can use your Go-Go Gadget arm. So there you go. Just a little bit of heat to smooth out that punty mark, right? So that break is always going to leave a little bit of glass. And so just save yourself some work on the other end. And there you've got a nice little whiskey tumbler with a little bit of cane in it. Good job, Hot Shop. So remember, our visiting artist is Jaan Poldaas. He is here from Canada. He's visiting from BC, and so it's really nice to have him. He was here yesterday and today. He'll be here the 15th and 16th, and the 22nd and 23rd. So make sure to come back and see him work, or you can find us online and watch the Hot Shop live as well, and see more of the work he's creating. All right, you guys, that is it for the day. Thanks so much for coming to the Hot Shop. We'll be up and running again tomorrow, 10 to 5 o'clock. Enjoy the museum and enjoy your summer. Have a good evening.